Ladies and gentlemen, we just
Hello. Right now. What are all you jackasses doing?
By Levon, it almost seems like Hermes cannot believe it's even possible. That's how incredibly strong Levon is. After their match, Hermes and Levon were discussing what in the world just happened. It seems like Hermes was saying to Levon that his hand is too big. He cannot even wrap his fingers around his hand. If you look at Levon's hand, Levon has a very wide hand, plus very long fingers.
Jeez.
It cannot get any better than that. When Levon was gripping up with Hermes, it almost seems like Levon's hand swallowed Hermes' hand completely. But Hermes' fingers were not long enough to wrap around Levon's hand, and due to that, it's possible that Hermes was not even able to access his power. It's like Hermes was trying to grab a tree trunk. Also, Levon's cupping strength was insane in this match. Hermes has no pronation, nothing at all. His arm just went straight to the bed. This is by far the strongest version of Levon. Let me know what you guys think about this in the comments. Like and subscribe. I'll see you in the next. Peace. After Levon's super dominating victory over Hermes, the $1,000,000 question is there anyone on this planet that can do something to this guy? I think I know the answer. Well, sort of. So after the event, Levon and Hermes were discussing their match. And then Devon joined them with Brian the train show. And despite losing weight, Brian was still looking way bigger than Levon. So I think first we need someone who can match Levon in terms of raw strength. And as for now, probably Brian is the only one who can beat Levon in a lot of gym lifts. I'm not talking about arm wrestling specific exercises, just general gym lifts. Secondly, we need someone who is just as big as Levon, if not bigger. And Brian has that in check as well. Not only Brian is bigger than Levon, but Brian's hand and wrist are massive. That things matters a lot. I don't think Hermes was able to access his power due to Levon's hand. So we need someone like Brian with a bigger hand. Now all Brian has to do is to train like a madman for a few years. And maybe he can reach that level. As of now, Brian is the only guy who I think looks like Levon, lifts like Levon, and probably he can arm wrestle like Levon as well if he trains for a few years. Let me know what you guys think about this in the comments. Like and subscribe. I'll see you.
Can you play the Bomb Iran song? That one looks good.
Bomb, 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 Iran. 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 What country's got a feeling really hit the ceiling? Bomb, Iran. Bomb, 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 Iran. Went to a mosque, gonna throw some rocks. Tell the Ayatollah gonna put you in a box. Bomb, Iran. Bomb, bomb.
The news just...
Yeah, it's great seeing Iran just take all these L's. New Nabi Asley video. Let's see. Similarities between the Mafia and Islam.
There's a reason to speak out because it's the only religion that acts like the mafia that will kill you if you say the wrong thing, draw the wrong picture, or write the wrong book.
So you do...
In that memorable video clip from 2014, Bill Maher was referring to Islam's blasphemy laws, which ban, often on pain of death, any insult to Islam, and especially
Ben
its
Affleck's a
prophet
cuck.
Muhammad. Little did Maher know, but the similarities between Islam and the mafia far exceed punishing those who say, draw, or write the wrong thing. And in this video, we will look at 10 such similarities. 1. Allah and Muhammad as godfather and underboss, the padrino of larger mafia organizations and families, literally, the godfather or boss of bosses, has absolute control over his subordinates and is often greatly feared by the rest of the family for his ruthlessness. But he typically has an underboss, a right-hand man who issues his orders and enforces his will. The godfather himself is often inaccessible and rarely seen. Mafia members need to go through the underboss or other high-ranking associates. Now compare this with the relationship between Allah and his messenger, Muhammad. In Arabic, by the way, Muhammad is most commonly referred to as al-Rasul, the messenger, not Nabi, prophet. Unlike the Christian God, a personal God, a father, that according to Christ is to be communed with directly, see Matthew 6:9, Islam's God, Allah, is unreachable, unknowable, untouchable. Like the Godfather, he is inaccessible. His orders are revealed by his messenger Muhammad. If God calls on the faithful to come now, let us reason together, see Isaiah 1 verse 18, Allah says, do not ask questions about things that, if made known to you, would only pain you. See Quran 5 verse 101. Just follow orders. 2. A piece of the action. The Godfather and his underboss.
Just random vids donate $2. Let me see. Ow. Wow, that dog makes a good motorcycle. My kind of Chad. Protesters' source of salary exposed. Pretty sure it wouldn't be Sora.
Israel destroyed?
Yeah. Well,
I mean, your pin says you're Jewish, right?
at this point, I do. I used to believe in the one democratic state solution.
What do you do for work?
I don't.
You don't work? Why not?
I don't have to.
So you did well.
I haven't worked since I was 27.
Now, I think she actually is working and as a professional protester. Here's her protesting without her sunglasses on. She usually does have them on. Here's her saying HP profits from Israel's torture of Palestinian political prisoners. Here's her saying democracy is not for sale. Back again with the Palestine flag and again with the South African flag. Now, it's not just her, as we know that they work in teams. Look at this blonde woman beside her.
There has to be money coming in from like Qatar. Could also be a Russian psyop or Chinese, who knows.
I found her at more protests than any other paid protester I've exposed in the past. I found her at close to 50 different protests, all within a couple of years. So who's behind this team of people chanting for Israel's destruction on America's streets? Their name is Sammy Dune. It's an organization based in Canada, and
Samadune's being recognized as a terrorist organization here. The woman and her husband who led it have been arrested and they're facing like terrorism charges. They've actually been to Iran. So they've been getting money from Iran for sure. They're probably also getting some funding from Qatar and crap. So if these people are getting paid through Samadune, then they're getting paid through Iran and Qatar.
They are sanctioned by Canada as a terrorist group. In fact, in October of 2024, US and Canada issued joint statements listing Samidoun as a terrorist entity. Canada called them a sham charity who funnels money into the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, which is a Marxist organization that recognizes a one-state solution with no Israel. Germany banned the group after members of Samidoun passed out candy celebrating October 7th. The founder of Samidoun, at a rally in Vancouver, publicly called Hamas heroic on the 7th and said that Hamas and Hezbollah don't engage in terrorism. If you look
Yeah, that fat bitch can get fucked. She's rotting in a jail cell right now.
at the photos of this woman I interviewed, they almost all come from Samidoun's website. Now, the Tides Foundation and the Tides Center is behind this, and you remember the chief donor of the Tides Foundation, George Soros. However, all you see is that the Alliance for Global Justice
Like, is Soros against Israel? Because he's a Jew. Kind of surprised if George Soros had anything to do with this.
This is their fiscal sponsor, but if you lift the hood, you see that Soros gives to Tides, Tides gives to AFGJ, which then gives to Samidoun. Soros, along with the New Venture Fund, gave more than $9 million to the AFGJ, which again is the fiscal sponsor of Samidoun. They want it to look complicated so you don't see this, but make no mistake, Soros is funding this. It is also important to note that you can't even donate to the AFGJ with Stripe or PayPal or any normal methods, as all of those companies consider them terrorists. Yet they are still walking the streets of New York City screaming for the downfall.
Yeah, Trump really needs to round these people up. That's fucked, dude. Thanks for the donation, just random vids.
Boss always get a piece of the
Allah and his apostles.
Yeah, I think this video is kind of shitty and boring.
Broke that American B-2 bombers hit Iranian nuclear facilities. I think some cruise missiles fired from submarines were used as well. I want to give you my first thoughts. First off, note that I'm at a friend's house in Virginia Beach right now, proving that every single time I leave the house, something big happens. I'm actually on my way to Fort Novosel tomorrow at 5 in the morning. Fort Novosel is previously known as Fort Rucker. I'm there to do a video on the Army's flight school. So again, global events have perfect timing. This is also proof that the movie Top Gun Maverick would have been about 5 minutes long had they just used the B-2 bomber. Now, ever since Masha Amini was murdered for wearing a hat incorrectly, I've been in touch with everyday Iranians. They are some of the most incredible people. I have eaten Iranian food and socialized with Iranians like Marjan, who fled the regime. The U.S. has nothing against the people of Iran. I want you to watch the movie The Iran Job, which was a 2012 documentary about U.S. basketball player Kevin Shepard. He was never quite good enough for the NBA. And then one day he got a call to play for an Iranian basketball team. So he flew there and he played. There is a scene in this documentary where it's almost Christmas and Shepard wants a Christmas tree. The Iranians bent over backwards to figure out how to get him a Christmas tree, something most of them had never even heard of. That's Iran. That's the real Iran. So what comes next after these strikes? Well, odds are we'll probably see theater ballistic missile and drone attacks against U.S. bases in the Middle East. Some of those missiles and drones might get through. There is a possibility that there may be some U.S. casualties. We also might see terrorist attacks in the U.S. Now, this part might ruffle some feathers, but I need to say it, and I sure hope you are mature enough to handle this. I am an analyst, not a politician. There is a non-zero chance that Iranian agents exploited our porous southern border. We don't know who's here, and in the coming weeks, we might find out in the worst way. And that's actually the scariest scenario for me, a terrorist attack or multiple terrorist attacks on U.S. soil conducted by Iranians or their proxies who are here in the U.S. illegally. That is the...
If that happens, U.S. is going to bomb the ever-loving fucking shit out of Iran if that happens. Like, they're cooked.
Nightmare scenario for me. Arresting day laborers might play well to the president's base, but we need to prioritize and figure out if there's any potential terrorists who could be operating this country. And in all honesty, all the Free Palestine students need to get a second look as well, because they've already been compromised by Iranian propaganda. It's not that much of a leap into kinetic activities, especially if you've been brainwashed. Let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz. This is Iran's ace card. About 20 million barrels of oil pass through the Strait of Hormuz each day. It's narrow, it's vulnerable, it's right in Tehran's backyard. Iran could use anti-ship missiles and mines to make navigating the straits very treacherous for merchant mariners. All you need to do is look at how the Houthis essentially shut down the Bab el-Mandeb Strait by lobbing missiles and drones at ships. Now, could the US hit Iranian anti-ship missile sites? Yeah, we could, but there's always a cost. It could mean airstrikes. It could mean hunting drone launch sites the way the coalition hunted Saddam's Scud missiles during the first Gulf War. It could also mean escorting tankers with destroyers, kind of like we did during the 1987 Operation Earnest Will. It's also possible that Iran could try to mine the Straits of Hormuz. We do have minesweepers. It's something that the littoral combat ship can do. Now, the president just addressed the nation and said that we were the only military that could have performed this attack, and he's not wrong. Our stealth bombers are highly capable aircraft. Now, we don't have a lot of them, only 19. And like I said before, a good rule of thumb is that at any given time, 1/3 of any kind of aircraft are not available for a mission because they're undergoing maintenance. Now, you can surge those aircraft, you can get all your maintainers and make them work Saturdays and get all those planes ready to go, but you can only do that until they need longer scheduled maintenance. So the more we use stealth bombers, the less available they become, because eventually they will need maintenance. So I think the strategy here, the strategy that the president decided to undertake, is to kind of let Iran know that the ball is in their court now. If they come to the table, the negotiation table, sincerely and decide to stop enriching uranium and supporting terror, we're cool. The attacks stop. And if they don't, then they will continue with whatever that would mean, with whatever kind of airstrikes we're able to perform. The next question is, does this mean World War III? I don't think so. I don't think we would physically see troops on the ground in Iran.
Bruh. If libtards think the current mass deportation is bad now, just wait after if there's any acts of domestic terrorism by Iranians happens on US soil. And I'm against ICE.
Oh yeah, it would get bad. It would get really bad. But, yeah, balls in Iran's court. Who knows, they might, pussy out and not do anything. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
Iran, like I've said before, Iran is twice the size of Texas. We can do a lot from the air. But now I want to talk about China. If you watch my video on the order of battle for the People's Liberation Army, well, the People's Liberation Army, the first Gulf War really freaked China out. They saw our capabilities for the very first time, and it scared the crap out of them. And this is why China started modernizing their military.
Did Jasmine never compliment you on your physique or reaching PRs? Did she ever say, hey babe, you're looking really good, and make you feel proud and accomplished in your training? Like a good wife.
None of that matters. Don't really want to talk about Jasmine. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Probably watching this and taking notes, especially as they think about invading Taiwan, which could happen as early as 2027, 2028. If we can hit hardened Iranian targets halfway around the world, maybe Taiwan isn't really worth the gamble. Maybe it's just easier to buy Taiwan. And you know, the funny thing is one of my fans sent me this book, The Never-Ending War, which is about terrorism in the 1980s. And, you know, reading this book, with the exception of the IRA in Ireland, which was heavily promoted by Colonel Muammar Gaddafi, and ETA in Spain, Iran and their proxies had their fingers in just about every single terrorist action in the Middle East. I'm old enough to remember the hijacking of TWA Flight 847, where the plane was taken to Beirut and some of the hostages were given to Hezbollah for safekeeping. Hezbollah is one of Iran's proxies, although since the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad in Syria, they no longer have access to Iranian weapons, or at least no longer have easy access to them. But, reading this book, this book was published in 1987. It points back to Iran. Like every single incident in this book, with the exception of the IRA and ETA, it points back to Iran. Iran's been doing this for 45 years. When it comes to regime change, I saw that movie, I lived it, I didn't like the movie, and I'm not too crazy about the sequel. In an ideal world, the Iranian people, perhaps with the help of the Artesh, which is Iran's army, they will rise up and they...
Dodo donated $2.
Think that I was an anti-Zionist. And I'm always trying to think about what could have been said to me that would have helped me change my mind. Do you know how big the gap in my understanding was? I did a college internship with an organization that dealt with Middle Eastern things. I was at this internship and I was like, why do we do so much outreach with people from Gulf countries? Why are we advertising this big art thing with like only artists from Qatar? Why are the past 5 events that we did in art and culture or articles that we wrote all about Qatari innovation, Qatari women? Like, I did not connect the dots at all. The cherry on top of all of this is that I had a former friend, anti-Zionist Jew, who I was co-interning with. Only after the internship ended did she tell me that there was someone on staff that they specifically didn't give a certain promotion, not because he actually was Jewish, but because he looked and or his name sounded too Jewish for the funders. She only said it afterwards to, I don't know what, protect the organization? And why wasn't that the beginning of my downfall as an anti-Zionist? I'm ashamed and I don't know. I think the macro level view of like, there are really powerful big players here that want my death and destruction, which if you want to be a good, nuanced, educated college American like a lot of these kids do, that is a really difficult and seemingly black and white view that they don't want to hold. Coupled with the sort of American inability to really see anti-Semitism on its face sometimes, I think it makes for a really messy cocktail that I think a lot of not so evil people are very easily tripped into. I don't really know who this video is targeted at.
So what this proves is that college-age children are dumb. You literally could not spell it out anymore, and she still didn't realize she was being like gaslit and lied to and fed propaganda. Really, really dumb. Nick donated $5. Thanks for the donation, Nick. I'm hoping someone will soon explain to me why it's okay for Israel to have nukes, but not Iran. Who the fuck is this person? Like, it's just so baffling that somebody like this could exist. Women.
Excuse you. What? Didn't you hear me? You can have it. You can have some manners. Like I said, excuse you. What are you talking about? You can have some fucking manners. Like I said, excuse you. You can have some manners. Like I said, excuse you. Fuck you
see what I'm saying, bro?
I would have beat the shit out of her. I'm surprised he didn't just knock her teeth out. That's an insane way to act. Can we watch this later? You'll be surprised what it's really about after a few minutes. The biggest sabotage in history. Sure, we can do that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Thomas, thanks for the membership, dude.
My king.
Let me take a look. That was interesting. Thanks for the donation, SV. Alu donated $2.
What the hell? What the hell? For certain. This one ain't basic.
That's bad.
Then I hit a pass it to my birth. While she on a rag.
That's also shit. Yeah, gay. Yeah, shit. Thanks for the donation, Alu. In a lake where it's controllable to reduce bad fish like pike, sweet, everything including birds, would you be okay with removing them? I don't see why not. Ah, fuck. Oh. Dude, Never Gonna Give You Up is better than all of those shitty fucking rap songs. He's gay, right? Oh, he's not gay. He's married to a woman. Weird. Who would have figured?
They will throw off their self-destructive leaders. Could we help with that? Well, it worked in Libya until it kind of didn't. You know, the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, named Israel's strikes Operation Rising Lion. And if you look at Iran's previous flag, the flag of the Shah had a lion on it. At the end of the day, Iran is an ancient civilization with a crappy government that is barely 45 years old. Cultures outlive regimes, and I sincerely hope.
Zoom is.
Let me take a look, SV. Okay, thanks for the donation, SV. Jollington told me he prefers Reggie and is still a virgin. Did you mean reggae? I don't know who Reggie is and why he prefers him. Rip Jollington, Rip Aaron P. Can I get your mom's cell phone number? No.
That the Iranian people find a way to reclaim the greatness of their culture and join the community again. Inshallah. Zan Zendagi Azadi.
We can only hope.
Hi.
Cold Fusion's annoying, actually.
We're back with a Fox News alert. U.S. military bases in the Middle East remain vigilant after Iran threatened to retaliate after yesterday's strikes, which hit 3 of the country's nuclear facilities. The attack was the largest B-2 operational strike in U.S. history, utilizing 7 of the stealth bombers and more than 100.
Have you seen Sinners? No, I had to go outside in order to see it, so I decided not to see it. What about Bring Her Back? No, I don't think I've heard of that one. 28 years? No, same problem. I'd have to go outside to see it. Alawali Blue is an African Jew. Well, that's very good for him. Thank you, Gigliardo.
125 other U.S. aircraft, military aircraft, according to the Pentagon. In total, the U.S. employed approximately 75 precision-guided weapons, including 14 of the 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs and over 24 Tomahawk cruise missiles launched from a U.S. submarine. Lucas Tomlinson is live at the Pentagon with the latest. Lucas, what new information do you have for us tonight?
Well, good evening, Katie. Where did those other 31 bombs and missiles come from? They came from U.S. military fighter jets, which were the first into Iran ahead of the B-2 strike to launch this operation. Here was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of...
Looking back on that Penguins zero beef, I think the reason his fans agreed with him is because they are extremely biased towards him. And he said some vocabulary words they've never heard before that made him sound smart.
Well, his audience is entirely made up of like 12 to 14-year-old kids. So they've literally never used critical thinking before in their fucking life. They have a massive bias towards supporting Charlie. And they're also just plain retarded and don't understand anything. So, yeah. That would put the majority of his audience on his side. Thanks for the donation, though, Killian Titan.
Staff, General Dan Raisin Kane.
The U.S. employed several deception tactics, including decoys, as the 4th and 5th generation aircraft pushed out in front of the strike package at high altitude and high speed, sweeping in front of the package for enemy fighters and surface-to-air missile threats.
Now, this mission began with deception. 9 B-2 stealth bombers took off from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri just after midnight early Saturday. 2 flew west over the Pacific to act as decoys. But 7 of those B-2s did not fly west. They flew quietly to the east, not squawking with minimal communication. Their destination, Iran's underground nuclear facilities, of course. The B-2s entered Iranian airspace at 6 p.m. Eastern. 40 minutes later, those B-2s dropped those 14 massive bunker-busting bombs. 12 hit the underground uranium enrichment site in Fordo. 2 struck Natanz. And at the same time, those 15-ton bombs hit their targets. 30 Tomahawk cruise missiles launched from a guided missile submarine, just one, Katie, slamming into the nuclear site in Isfahan, the 3rd target. And this afternoon, those B-2s landed back home at their base in Missouri to complete their 37-hour round-trip mission. They were refueled at least 3 times in the air. each way. And Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says this mission against Iran is not open-ended and does not seek regime change. Katie?
From the air and the sea. Thank you, Lucas. Amazing. Good to see you.
Dude.
All right. Well, the United States successfully attacked 3 Iranian nuclear.
Yeah, really curious what Iran's gonna do next, if they're just gonna completely cuck. Let's watch this one first.
Witness a tectonic change in the Middle East. The Israelis were always a force to be reckoned with in that neighborhood, but now they have become the new regional superpower.
Hey,
the
Stefania,
events of
what's
the
up?
past 7 days.
Jalen Donatellers, what do you think of the amazing atheist intelligence? Is he more intelligent than Asmund Golden Penguin Zero? He's smarter than Penguin Zero for sure. Marginally smarter than Asmongold. Marginally. But he's definitely smarter than Charlie. Charlie is horrifically stupid. I don't think people really appreciate just how stupid Charlie is.
Gum Gum's cousins.
Let me see, SV. Ow. Oh my god.
Big roar Simba.
Oh, that is a big kitty. Oh.
Hi.
Oh my goodness.
I love you.
Another big yawn. Oh,
These are very special kitties. Oh my god. Look at his paws. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh wow.
he's goofy.
Oh my god. Oh, I wish I could pet a leopard tummy. Mmm. I wonder if you can litter box train them. You coming for me? Probably won't be in Australia anytime soon, I don't think. Thanks for the donation though, SV and Jalen. I am black, donated $2. You can apply VG, I'm sure they could use your expertise. Nah, I think I'm good. How I imagined 2025 as a kid. Fascism is bad. Source? Yeah, that's true.
Political refugee from Iran. I've been to prison. I've been under Islamic law, and I know how it starts and I know how it ends. And it always starts with the, for some reason, unity of left and Islamists, and it scares me. So I came here to be free. I chose Canada as.
I think there's a reason why communists always side with the violent fascists. So that could either be Russia, you know, in the Ukraine issue. That could be China with whatever the fuck it's doing. And that could be Islamic terrorist regimes. And I think they end up making friends with all these like fascist, crazy, wacko dictators and terrorists. Because they're useful in enacting violence against people that are, you know, their enemy. So that would be, the quote-unquote bourgeois class. So it would be billionaires, possibly even millionaires, anybody who drives a Ferrari, anybody who has political beliefs they don't like, like any Trump supporters, any kind of political dissenters. So I think that's why all of these, communist groups, they always rally around the crazy fucked up fascists. It's because they need those violent extremist people and regimes to help kill the people they don't like. But it's dude, they genuinely need to take some of these anti-communism laws seriously, because it's getting fucking insane. You basically have an entire generation of kids, particularly women, who on a daily basis are getting fed communist propaganda. It's fucking nuts.
My second home to live in a free country, and I'm beginning to get really scared. Because the way things are going, it looks like they're going to basically appease Islamists just to not raise any ruckus or something. They're just going to appease them.
Yeah. Well, the good news is everyone's fed up with cultural enrichment, and that includes Canadians. Everyone was fucking complaining about the insane amount of immigrants that the Liberal government let in. So, they can fuck around, find out for a little bit, then everybody realizes what cultural enrichment is all about, and then they get fed up. So, thank Glob for intolerance. Thanks for the donation, though. I am black. SV donated $3.
2.5 grand later, and then... Hey, what's going on?
It's mine, Daddy. Noah keeps taking away from me.
Noah, give it back.
No.
Noah, give it back.
No.
I said give it back now. Noah!
Larry, what the hell are you doing?
Larry, you can't just... Oh,
Larry! Oh, are you all right? How did...
Larry!
Righto. What's going on here? Oh, sir, I'm arrested.
Oh, that's not nice. He hit the kitty. That's a bad guy. Thanks for the donation, SV.
What kind of Korean barbecue sauce you use for the tofu?
It's just President's Choice Korean barbecue sauce. Pretty sure it's a Canadian brand. I don't know if you have it in the States, but it's just President's Choice Korean barbecue. Korean barbecue sauce is so good, dude. I wish I could have some seitan fried chicken right now with Korean barbecue sauce. I want a big bucket of seitan fried chicken and eat it with Korean barbecue sauce. I would literally blow up a school filled with children to get a bucket of seitan deep fried chicken with Korean barbecue sauce. I'd annihilate entire countries that I don't really care about, like the Congo, to get some of that fried chicken with Korean barbecue sauce. That would be so delicious. KM donated $2. Let me see.
See me rolling.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of women who have trouble parking. Yeah, this was funny.
خاک وطن صدای متجاوز به صدای حق و حقیقت است. آنچه که ملاحظه کردید، صدایی که شنیدید.
Love how right after saying they have Allah to protect us, bombed.
فضای غبارآلوده استدیو
Well, get fucked. Love seeing Iran take these L's. It's been a long time coming. Thanks for the donation, Cam.
You funny bro.
Let me see. Is that dog gonna bite him? Damn it. I was hoping the dog would bite him. That fucking asshole deserves it. I hate seeing those dipshits on the subway. Thanks for the donation though, SV.
Forced to take bus today 'cause car broke down. Then a dad gets on with two loud kids and sits next to me and goes to sleep. I couldn't take it. Hey. Shut the fuck up, oh my god, I said. Dad turns to me and says, sorry, their mom died today. Awkward.
Did you try farting? Farting might get them to leave. You could also pull out a knife and start screaming. That might also make them leave. But yeah, try farting first. Thanks for the donation, fuck Alawali.
Good morning from Toronto on a very muggy day. As you know, last night Trump ordered the bombing of 3 Iranian nuclear facilities, and this will mark the beginning of World War III. So I have both good news and bad news. The bad news is we are now approaching the end of the world. The good news is this morning I will tell you how the world will end. So I'm going to look ahead and ask the most pivotal question of this coming war, which is, will the United States use ground troops? And as we discussed many times before in previous videos, if the United States were to use ground troops, then they would lose this war. It would mark the end of the American Empire, and it would probably ignite the Second American Civil War. And I think most people would be in agreement that using ground troops would be a disaster for the United States, and the United States should avoid using ground forces to the best of its ability. That said, I'm going to use game theory to explain to you why they will still use ground troops against Iran, even though it's a really, really bad idea.
The mother gorilla thought her baby was a stillbirth but then realized.
They didn't show you the part at the end where she ate the baby. Thanks for the donation, though, SV.
In fact, it would be a catastrophe. Okay, so let's do some game theory analysis. In game theory, we look at the different players. Here would be Iran, Israel, the United States. And we ask 3 questions. The first question is, how do they themselves perceive the game? What game are they playing? How do they see themselves? How do they see their roles in this game? That's the first big question. Second big question is, what are their interests? What are their motivations? What are they trying to accomplish? What are their goals? And the third big question then is, given their role and given their interest, what is their optimal strategy in trying to achieve their goals? Okay, so given these 3 questions, we're going to look at how Iran, Israel, and the United States will play this game in this war. Okay, so Iran's probably easy to do, so we'll start with Iran. Iran perceives this war as the opportunity to achieve really important national strategic goals. The first is to create national unity and to further legitimize the authority of the regime. As you know, because of sanctions and because of mismanagement, because of corruption, this regime in Iran is not very popular. But if the Americans are coming to invade and overthrow the regime and sow chaos and destruction, then the people are going to solidly unite behind the government, no matter what government it is. Also,
No, I never get bored of eating tofu and Korean barbecue sauce. I could eat it all day, every day. In fact, I wish I had more to eat right now. Wish I could have a whole bowl filled with tofu and Korean barbecue sauce. Oh God, you do not understand my love of tofu and Korean barbecue sauce.
The Iranians see this as the best opportunity in a long time to finally destroy the American presence in the Middle East by forcing the Americans into a quagmire that they cannot extricate themselves from. As we discussed many times, supply issues in Iran will be a huge problem for the American military. They can get in, but it's going to be very hard for them to get out. And the third strategic national interest is to create global legitimacy by defeating the Americans, right? The Shia regime is trying to be the leaders of the global Muslim movement. And if they were to defeat the Americans in Iran, then they would become the de facto leaders of all Muslims in the world, surpassing Saudi Arabia. So those are the 3 major national strategic interests of Iran. And now the question then is, how would Iran force Americans to invade? What is their optimal strategy in this regard? Because remember, the Iranians, they're not going to be able to beat the Americans in a conventional war. They don't have the technology.
Iran certainly doesn't want US troops on the ground. So this is a bizarre thing to say.
They don't have the weapons, they don't have the financing that the Americans do. So they're going to have to trap the Americans in Iran, encircle them, and cut off their supply lines and force a negotiated surrender.
How the fuck exactly are they gonna do that? This guy is a fucking idiot.
Okay.
What is he a professor of? This guy has no fucking clue what he's talking about. SV, don't need $2. I wouldn't let that weirdo touch my dog. Thanks for the donation, SV.
That's the optimal strategy of the Iranians. So why would the Americans be lured into attacking Iran on Iran's terms? Well, there's a concept in geopolitics, in political science, called the escalation ladder. The idea of the escalation ladder is that before a full-blown war can...
Buddy, you realize, like, bombs exist? Like, fighter jets and bombers and predator drones. Like, why in the fucking hell would the U.S. ever bother sending in ground forces?
There has to be a certain process of escalation. And in this theory, the Americans have something called escalation dominance, which means that the Americans can always use nuclear.
Dude, this is just so nonsense. Like, the United States got Japan to surrender just from using bombs. That's it. All they did was use bombs. They didn't have to send in ground forces. They did a lot of fire bombings, like in Tokyo, and then they finally used 2 nuclear bombs, and then they surrendered. The US doesn't necessarily need to use a nuclear bomb against Iran, but, buddy, if the US just bombs all their fucking military bases, what are ground forces gonna do that, like, a bomb can't?
Their weapons, if they feel they are losing this war. They are the hegemon. They are the global hegemon, and the Iranians are the underdog. So in theory, what they teach you in political science is that the hegemon has the advantage of escalation dominance. What I want to show you today is actually this theory doesn't really work, because escalation dominance.
Who is this dumb fuck? Pretty sure this guy isn't a professor.
Okay, good morning. Incident is.
He seems like a fake-ass dumbass on YouTube. When did he make his channel? 2 years ago.
What it does is it forces you into reactions that may be against your best interest. So let me use a metaphor. Let's just say there's a bully in a high school, and he's been bullying people for a year now, and he's the biggest guy in the school. He's really mean, and everyone's afraid of him. He has a reputation for being a thug.
US could have won without the nukes, but they used them so that the USSR didn't invade Japan. That is completely and utterly false and made up nonsense. There is no documentation anywhere suggesting anybody in the US military, including like communications with the president, used a nuclear bomb for that reason. They used a nuclear bomb against Japan to end the war as quickly as possible. That's it. And again, that's a provable fact because, again, there's documentation on why they used a nuclear bomb. They wanted the war to end as quickly as possible. They estimated that there would be likely somewhere in the neighborhood of 500,000 to 1 million US casualties if they were forced to invade Japan. Because again, Japan was planning to fight to the very last man. They were going to arm every single civilian and all that shit. So they just bombed Japan to end the war as quickly as possible. That was just some bullshit theory that somebody came up with. I don't know what the original source was, but that's completely ahistorical and untrue. SV donated $2. That's a nice dog. Thanks for the donation, SV.
React.
Let me see.
From the rubble, we roar. From Jin into Gaza, we are the war. Yo, I spit for the youth with the slingshot aim. For the mother in the smoke, still calling his name. Tanks in the street, but the heart won't budge. We ain't victims, we the ones who judge. They steal land, but can't steal pride. We bleed truth, and the truth won't hide. Olives that grow where they eat us, you ignore. I'm the
Well, that's retarded. I don't know what you expect me to say, like that person's obviously just a fucking cuck. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And that's why he's able to accomplish what he wants to accomplish. Now let's just say that you're half his size. You want to start a fight with him. Well, you would think that that would be against your advantage. But one advantage you have in this fight is you can control the terms of engagement. You can calibrate your actions in order to elicit responses that are to the detriment of the bully. Okay, so what I mean by that is if the bully punches you, well, you have options. You can choose to go to the principal, you can choose to not do anything, or you can choose to fight back, okay? You have some options. But if you were to punch the bully would have actually no choice but to punch you back. If he relents, if he compromises, then he loses all credibility in the school. So he has absolutely no choice in the matter but to punch you back and punch you back harder than you punched.
This guy's a retarded waste of time and doesn't know absolutely fucking anything. Pretty sure the dude's just some random fraud who thought he could make YouTube ad revenue by claiming he's a professor or something.
September 26, 2022, just before 8 p.m. A sailing ship is drifting gently on the Baltic Sea. The captain is getting ready for the night. He checks his radar and sees two red blips fly.
You should make a pro-Israel rap from the river to the sky. Hamas shall die, yo.
I don't think it would be any good. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Flashing on the screen. He stares out into the darkness. Nothing. So he radios a nearby ship. Their crew reports something strange. Giant whirlpools in the water. When his ship approaches the spot, the captain is hit by a sharp and sour smell. Gas. He immediately notifies the Swedish authorities. They confirm his suspicion. There's an underwater leak. Tons of natural gas are flowing uncontrollably into the Baltic Sea. Nord Stream 1 and 2 are a twin set of undersea gas pipelines running from Russia to Europe, the longest in the world, and they've been hit. 4 separate explosions at 2 different locations roughly 50 miles apart. It soon becomes clear that this was not an accident. It was an attack. One of the largest acts of sabotage in history. A violent act that triggered the largest methane leak ever recorded and threatened the energy supply of Europe's largest economy.
Well, Major Tellers, though I agree with the impeaching Trump part, Dean Withers is kind of a bitch. Saying we should appease Iran and stay out of their way because they have sleeper agents here in the US. Who is listening to this 12-year-old on politics?
Hey, we have some crazy breaking news. In fact, I'd argue that Donald Trump should be immediately impeached for this. According to NBC News, we are just now learning that before Donald Trump wagered war on Iran less than 24
He did not wage war on Iran.
hours ago, Iran told the Trump administration that if they did attack their country, they would activate a network of sleeper cells in America to attack America. So Donald Trump knew this and still decided to drop the bombs and start the war.
So we should allow terrorists to threaten us to doing whatever they want. That's your geopolitical strategy.
Donald Trump knowingly put the safety of Americans at risk. The people of the country.
Just listen to the terrorists. They're scary. Do whatever they want.
That he is supposed to be running. And this is on top of the harm that we are already...
You know what? Osama bin Laden said he was going to destroy America. Oh, we're putting Americans in harm's way if we don't force them to all become Muslim and adopt jihad. Sorry, guys. America's a Muslim country now. We wouldn't want to put your lives at risk because a terrorist threatened to destroy us. This kid is... I don't know how old he actually is. He looks like he's fucking 12. But this is why you don't take political advice from a pencil neck little bitch who just thinks like some dumb pacifist bitch. Just weak weenie. Fucking super weenie hut junior here. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
Are your thoughts on Geordie's claims in this video?
Damn, did you see what happened? The sequel to Iraq's coming out.
It's probably gonna be stupid. Thanks for the donation, ABC. Say fuck the homeless, donated $2. Would you fuck this bum?
Today as a houseless traveler. In case you're new here, I was a runaway who started with nothing, and now a few years later, I live out of my backpack and hitchhike across the country. Living like this requires flexibility, and for me that means accepting that handling meals will be vastly different day to day, just depending on where I am and what I'm doing. It's sort of fun for me, honestly, like a side quest, and I don't mind being hungry a little bit every now and then. Sometimes I might have access to hot water from a gas station, so I can make it cool with people passing through has unlocked trees instead and not have ice left on top of series packs a day. It was simple, fed me and my friend. I ate today.
No. Yeah, never get involved with a homeless chick. Thanks for the donation, says fuck the homeless.
I got one word for this kid.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Yeah. Yeah, he's a retard. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And, I can't believe it, wasn't Iraq already a sequel to Iraq? It's been a long time between drinks, hasn't it? Well, in case you don't know, and I'm assuming you must have come back from a meditation retreat just now, the United States has just done a tactical strike of Iran. And this was quite opportune as well, I've got to say, because recently they were saying that they had nothing to do with Israel's strike on Iran, despite the fact that they had okayed the strike by Israel and gave them all the means to do it. But now, no, they're using their own bombers, and they are hitting very sensitive Iranian military targets. That's a huge escalation. Why are they doing it? Well, obvious.
Escalation when Iran has literally no ability to attack back. This is like if I were to punch a 5-year-old and then somebody told me, "Whoa, Richard, you don't want to punch that 5-year-old too hard. Things could escalate and he could fight back." He's 5. I could kill him. Like there's... Why is everyone just such a cowardly little pussy? Like, you know, you could say that the United States, like, lost in Vietnam. They didn't lose in Iraq, even though people say they lost. They really didn't. They toppled Saddam Hussein. I don't know why that's considered a loss. Debatable about the Afghan mission because the US was able to successfully destroy Al-Qaeda. But regardless, in all of these fucking conflicts, the United States absolutely fucking murdered just thousands and thousands and thousands of fucking people. If you just look at attritional losses on either side for all these conflicts, it is massively fucking lopsided. So even if the US has had to pull out, they didn't technically get like military victories. based on like a certain number of stated objectives or whatever. People are so fucking fearful of the US military because they know they're going to lose in terms of attritional losses. And like you can see what happened with the Iraq War. The Iraq military defeated in a matter of days. Most of them like just literally refused to fucking fight because they knew they were just going to get slaughtered. So the idea that the US should be afraid. Oh, we're going to escalate things and we could get a boo-boo. Like, no, everyone's afraid of the US. It's like being a fucking 500-pound fucking muscle-bound giant. You look like the Juggernaut. And then you're worried if, like, some little pipsqueak is gonna, like, slap you back if you fuck with them. Like, it's just so ridiculous how people are thinking. Like, they're just weenie little fucking pussies. And rather than actually thinking about, like, what kind of force they want to apply to the world to, get bad actors to stay in line or topple, like, fascist regimes that they don't agree with. Let's just let the fascists exist and murder innocent people. I'm too afraid of what they could do to me. RV donated $2 to Most VG. All right, well, thanks for the donation, RV.
Obviously, I'm not in the Pentagon, and if I was, I wouldn't be telling you guys because I'd lose my job. But because I'm not, I think that what we can guess is that whatever Israel wants, Israel gets. That's probably just to take it from now. But also, why does Israel...
The idea that the Democrats wouldn't do this is fucking laughable. Kamala Harris is on record during an interview saying she would do anything it takes to prevent Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons. So the idea that Kamala Harris wouldn't have done the same thing, you're a fucking idiot.
Want that. Don't you think, if we just zoom out to the whole region for a second, if you look at Israel's pattern recently, so there was a regime change in Syria that...
Yeah, I like the Resident Evil movies. They're, fun guilty pleasures.
That has Mossad's prints all over it. There was attacks on...
SJWs are such cowards.
Yeah, they are. Complete cowards. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. The regime change in Syria seems to be a net positive, so I don't know why he's complaining about that.
On Lebanon, I mean, obviously there's the whole Palestine situation, which might I say is just crazy, but why are they doing it all now? This is something that I think that we will be looking into on this channel further, which is the decline of the US empire. Terrifying stuff. It's a very scary time to be alive. I'm telling you now, I didn't think it was going to happen until I was in my 60s and at least had a house or something, but now it seems like it's just going into freefall. Thank you very much, President Trump. But obviously...
The US is never not going to be a world superpower, and there's a very simple reason for that. If you have enough money and power, it's impossible to fail. It's just simple mathematics. Like, the US is the richest, most powerful country on the planet by a long shot. No one comes fucking close. If they wanted to, they could just adjust the global order in order for things to benefit themselves. So if, I don't know, some country were to try to destroy the US oil industry, guess what? They're bombed. They can't do anything about it. They're dead. If China were to, I don't know, somehow get control of the auto industry or something, like, whatever. Like, again, the US just has so many different levers to pull where they could destroy China economically, they could destroy them militarily. It's the U.S. is at a point where it's impossible for them to fail. So this like declining U.S. empire thing is just nonsense.
So, you know, I think now if I look back at it, my geography teacher in year 12 was right. It was Iraq that kind of created this whole snowball effect. But if you look at Israel's calculation from here on in, I think that what they've realized is, one, their current strikes on Gaza have evaporated any goodwill that they have in the public globally. As in, the United States. This has never happened before, but if you look at the opinion polls on Israel in the United States, absolutely in the toilet for our generation, even the oldies. And they've got 50 years of being propagandized.
It's only younger individuals who are against Israel, and that's primarily due to TikTok. They're just getting indoctrinated with communist ideology and propaganda. Older people don't use social media and TikTok like, 18, 20-year-old girls do. And they're also old enough to remember things like 9/11. After 9/11, Iran was cheering and celebrating about the fucking 9/11 terror attack. So were Palestinians, at least in the West Bank. I'm pretty sure they were also celebrating in Gaza. But yeah, the idea that people who lived through that 9/11 generation and saw all the media coverage of Iran celebrating that terror attack against the United States and thinking that they're going to be sympathetic to the Iranian regime or sympathetic to Palestinians after that, no. Jordy's isn't American either, so he probably doesn't really think about these things, and he doesn't really know what he's fucking talking about here. SV donated $2.
What? I'm so high, man, I can't even feel shit. I told my boy go roll like 10 blunts for me. I told my boy go roll like 10 blunts for me. I'm trying to get high until I can't feel nothing. I'm trying to get high until I can't feel nothing. I could fall out the sky and I still won't feel nothing. I could fall out the sky and I still won't feel nothing. I'm way too high. I'm way too high.
What was in that cigarette, Johnny?
I'm way too high.
That's a nice song. Thanks for the donation, SB.
I can relate with these far lefts that Trump is a fascist, terrible person that should be in jail, but at least I can give him credit when credit's due and just admit it. Geez. It's not hard. We can hope of the best and expect the worst of the same time, lol.
Well, the problem is you're not an ideologue, so you're doing that thing again where you're like thinking for yourself as an independent person. But yeah, I mean, Trump is bad, but he does do good things occasionally. I don't know why that's so hard to admit. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Into what an incredible nation state it is. They're not on their side anymore. No one is. And this is just going down like one of the Milo kids in Threadbow. It's just on a free slope all the way down. So I think that they've realized, okay, well, we can't really rely on American support for two reasons at this point. One, because at some point, the popularity of us is just going to tip over to an irreversible point, and I'm guessing it'd probably be the Democrats, it could be the Republicans, who knows, but one of those two major parties will take advantage of that popular sentiment, and they will start acting against us. So that's their first concern. The second concern is the United States is just overspent as a military force. I mean, really, what is their territory? The entire globe at this point? That is a lot of area to command. We've all tried to be too ambitious in StarCraft before. It's not a good thing to do. And so they have that problem to deal with, which is superpower turning against us. Not now, but like if you look at the mid-range, definitely. And all
What? I'm not understanding the argument he's making. The US has too big of a military? That's like saying your dick is too big or something. Like, can it be?
Also on top of that, probably just won't have the capability to defend us in the capacity that it used to before. And so also on top of this, it's kind of just got to this showdown state with the remnants of Palestine, where I think that their main objective now is to just push them all out if they can. And then the next phase after that is, well, we need to have an exclusion zone around us to protect us from all of our neighbors that hate our guts and have since our beginning. And I think that that is their calculation, to create this exclusionary zone. So if you're creating an exclusionary zone, what are your two objectives there? Well, the first one...
Has he never heard of, like, the Abraham Accords?
Obviously would be to put in puppet governments that support you. Failing that, if you can't, like in Syria, for instance, what do? You destabilize the country. Kind of like what happened in Iraq. I think Iraq was unintentional, but Syria was absolutely... That was just regime change 101 right there.
Yeah. He's acting like this is a secret. The US was providing training and, like, weapons and munitions to Syrian rebels to help overthrow Assad. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Like, okay. Does he, like, is he just very aware that his audience is just a bunch of fucking 12-year-old retards who don't know shit?
So they are now just a basket case nation. I think that they're going to be doing exactly the same thing to their other...
Buddy, like again, please tell me in what meaningful way has Syria gotten worse with Assad gone? Name one way. So, the Russian military has no presence there. They got rid of the Assad regime, which is massive because they were basically, like they're North Korea. They were locking people up in these crazy fucking underground prisons. Some of them were there for fucking decades since they were children, have literally lost their mind and can't remember their fucking names. The guy who replaced Assad, who's in charge now, he's having relatively friendly relations with the US and Israel. Iran isn't able to smuggle weapons and shit through Syria, and neither is Russia. I just don't see any downsides here.
Nations, and obviously the strongest in the region that is vehemently opposed against the Israeli state has been Iran, and will continue to be so after these affairs. And so I think that they kind of realize we need a different leader in Iran, and if we can't have another leader in Iran, then it needs to be like Iraq. That's from their perspective, yeah? I think that what is happening now is that they're trying to get regime change on the cheap. Obviously, the
Dude, what's so bizarre is they keep bringing up, oh, look what happened in Iraq. Look what happened in Iraq. Yes, everyone knows about what happened in Iraq. Why is there this, like, maximum uncharitability that, you know, the US and other nations can't learn from mistakes they made in prior conflicts and improve their fucking tactics?
United States doesn't want to have boots on the ground in Iran because there must be clear heads there. I know that there is conflict between the Pentagon and generals in the Middle East, as in generals in the Middle East are saying, what are you doing sucking us into a second Iraq? And the Pentagon saying, no, it'll be fine, we got robots this time. So maybe from the Pentagon's calculation, they're thinking if this turns into a full-scale invasion, this is going to be way less intensive than it was with Iraq. And then
why are we assuming there would need to be a full-scale invasion?
I think, obviously, the people that are actually in the Middle East are saying this is going to be an absolute disaster because There was a reason they didn't go after Iran the first time with the axis of evil, right? Like, this isn't Iraq. This is a way more advanced civilization that has a way more entrenched bureaucracy.
Did Iran even win against Iraq during their war? Yeah, they didn't. Iran wasn't even able to defeat Iraq when the Iran-Iraq war happened. Why does he think the US invading Iran would be more difficult than Iraq? By the way, again, when the US invaded Iraq, they defeated the Iraqi military in, like, what, 3 days? Just so retarded. Absolutely retarded. ABC don't need $2. Jordy's tone in this vid seems sympathetic to Iran. Well, yeah, he's a fucking retard. He's been drinking the communist Kool-Aid. Thanks for the donation, ABC.
Way more sophisticated society that's set together. And on top of that, even if they do push them out and it turns...
Dodo donated $2. This is basically watching Australia, Kyle Klinsky. He's not quite as bad, but yeah, he's pretty bad. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Turns into guerrilla warfare, their opposition is going to be way more resourced than it would have been in Iraq. And so that is going to be a quagmire.
Why would you assume that?
It is going to be way
Can you support that statement with any kind of argument?
harder to solve than Iraq ever was. I mean, solved in inverted commas. And someone up there must be aware of that because it didn't happen in 2003. Now they're doing it. So what is the calculation from America's perspective? I think, one, it's just, as always, the Israeli lobby captures the entire US political force. And so they are always bent to the will of whatever the Netanyahu government wants. So that's the first thing that they have to deal with. The second thing that I think is actually really important when you think about it from like long-term strategy with the United States, I think they see what the rest of us clearly see. And again, this is another reason why we will be doing a series on the decline of the US empire, because that is huge ramifications for the entire world. It will change the world entirely. Who knows for the better or worse? Who knows? But what we do know is it definitely...
I don't know how he figures this, especially when Russia's broke. China's going broke. They're pretty much broke already, but they're about to be ultra broke. Like, really broke. Can't fill your gas tank enough to get home broke. And Xi Jinping is either going to die soon or he's going to get outed from the fucking party. Whatever happens first. But, like, that guy's not living much longer. He already had a stroke and apparently had 3 heart attacks. What is this guy fucking thinking?
Definitely is happening. And I'm sure that there is some copium happening in the White House and in the Pentagon, but there must be hard heads that are aware that no, China is on the ascension and they are absolutely blitzing us. And
they are not on the ascension. They're literally going broke. Please explain to me the collapse of, like, Evergrande. There are a few other, building or real estate companies that went bankrupt. Pretty soon, their car industry is going to go fucking bankrupt. They're not selling any fucking cars to anybody. And, again, it's a huge scam. The amount of fraud going on in China is just insurmountable. Where is this guy getting his idea? These ideas?
everything that we've ever done to try and contain China has actually just made them expand more because we've put more pressure on them and they have more of a resilient state because it's more totalitarian. So they can kind of just divert their resources into making their weakness their strength, right? So I think that the Americans now have realized our only bet from here on in is control of the entire energy supply system, or as much as we possibly can, to incur China's growth as much as we can. Now, this is what Ali from the podcast, you can go check it out. He had a really good analogy about this with Athens back in the day. And by back in the day, you know, you remember the good old days, BC era. But Athens was a spent military force as well. It bit off more than it could chew. It had too many of these proxy wars happening at once. And so, very similar scenario, you had the democracy, you had the Athenian agoge come together, and then they were just talking about what they're going to do about this. So obviously there was a political faction that was saying we need to start reducing our military presence in places, and we need to start becoming more defensive as a state. And then the other one was saying, no, let's go for gold, let's invade Sicily. And then the other faction was saying, are you insane? We're spent as it is, and we're going to go invade Sicily, which is bigger than our entire empire combined. How are we going to do that? Anyway, somehow they managed to cobble together the 500 boats that they needed. It was an absolute abject failure, and that led to the complete and utter decline of the Athenian empire.
What in the fuck does any of this have to do with the US?
And I think that we are experiencing a very similar dynamic that is happening to the United States now, where they are thinking, this is our last hope. We have to invade Sicily. That's it. That's our...
This is like if I were to support the idea that the US should invade Iran, because if you ever watched Dragon Ball Z, like Goku was fighting Frieza, and it looked like Frieza could win, but Goku turned Super Saiyan, and then he was strong enough to just kill Frieza. So, like, that's why Iran, the US should invade Iran, because, like, the US is like Goku who can turn Super Saiyan. You know, the US has nukes, Iran doesn't, so that's like Super Saiyan. Maybe even like Super Saiyan times 2. Dodo donate $2. What can Iran even do at this point? Just attack US bases in the Middle East, which will defend themselves, and Trump will want regime change. If they block the Strait of Hormuz, China, Iran's colony master, suffers. Not the EU, US. China gets 50% of their oil from... Yeah. Well, dude, it's... All of these people are just communist ideologues. That's why they say this stupid shit. The entire fucking left-wing, you know, political thing on YouTube are all communists. The only, like, exception is fucking Destiny. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Knock, knock. It is I, the almighty Joe Linton. Bow down to me as I smell gummies butt. PFFFFR. Lovely. You ain't gonna do nothing, boy.
Alright, well, thanks for the donation, Bootycam. Appreciate it.
Our only option here. Because if we're able to do that, if we are able to just control all of the, the fossil fuel trade throughout the world, not only can we deny resources to China, this will buffer up what is becoming, like in Athens, a state that is getting buoyed more and more by debt. It is honestly, I think, and let me know if you have any counter opinions here and counter theories, because again, like, you know, I've heard other ones. I've read about other...
Okay, well, he just has no clue what he's talking about.
Economy. Enormous teams of journalists race to uncover who did this and why, while authorities stay suspiciously quiet. Out of the fog of war, an unbelievable story begins to take shape. one of conflicting intelligence, possible false flag operations, and a scramble for evidence amid Europe's largest armed conflict since World War II. A story of speed camera photo clues.
Dodo Donatellers, thankfully, when Iran's regime falls, all of the pro-Iran bots on social media will be out of service. The only pro-fascist, pro-communist bots remaining would be from China, Russia, and North Korea. No more Syria, Iran, Hezbollah, shills bots. Yeah, that would be pretty nice. That would clean up TikTok quite a bit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
An aging yacht, traces of military-grade explosives and CIA training, and of a ragtag crew of patriots on a Hail Mary mission that would change the geopolitical landscape of an entire continent.
Gas bubbling up over an area of more than 1 square kilometer in the Baltic Sea.
Boiling cauldron. The busy Baltic Sea bursting with gas from ruptured Russian Nord Stream reinforced pipelines.
One of the investigators told me that this case is by far the most relevant, political sensitive and important case in the history of the Federal Republic
There
of
are
Germany.
no shortage of theories about who or what was behind the blast.
These are Nord Stream 1 and 2, the two largest underwater pipelines in the world. Total cost about 17 billion euros. They stretch across the Baltic Sea, running straight from Russia to Germany. Back in September 2005, Vladimir Putin and then Chancellor of Germany Gerhard Schröder shake hands on the deal to build the first pipeline. It's Schröder's last big move before leaving office. Just weeks after losing re-election, Schröder lands himself a new gig as chairman of Nord Stream AG. He becomes the top lobbyist for Russian energy giant Gazprom.
Wir brauchen dieses Gas und es ist das kostengünstigste, das wir bekommen können. Und jeder, der sich mit Energiepolitik beschäftigt, weiß das auch.
His successor Merkel keeps pushing the project forward. By 2011, cheap Russian natural gas is flowing straight into Germany. Russia is making roughly 10 billion euros a year. Economically, Nord Stream 1 is a huge success for both countries. Soon enough, Russia is supplying nearly half of Germany's natural gas, and talks for a second pipeline are already underway. But outside Germany, Nord Stream sparks some serious backlash. The US warns the project could give Russia dangerous leverage, turning gas into a geopolitical weapon. And the European Union also wants to reduce its dependence on Russian gas. Eastern European countries are pushing back especially hard. Until now, Russia's only way to get gas into Europe was through Ukraine, Poland, and the Baltics, paying hefty transit fees along the way. The Nord Stream pipelines allow Russia to go around these countries. Some military analysts think Putin might have invaded Ukraine much sooner, but he still needed his gas pipelines that run through Ukrainian territory. Either way, Berlin remains undeterred by the criticism. Russia has already illegally annexed Crimea when Germany signs off on the second pipeline. In late 2021, Nord Stream 2 is ready to go. But when Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine becomes imminent, Germany pulls the plug on Nord Stream 2. A few months later, Putin cuts off gas through Nord Stream 1. Both pipelines stay loaded with gas though, ready to reopen at any moment. And then, in September 2022, this happens. So, who's behind it? This could just as well be the plot of a gripping whodunit. Some stories and images are so striking they end up decorating our walls. But let's be real, traditional posters tend to be like Russian. The Baltic Sea is one of the most closely monitored bodies of water in the world. Larger ships have to constantly share their GPS location. And the kind of explosives you'd need to take out 2 pipelines at once is extremely hard to come by. Investigators soon agree. Whoever pulled this off had access to serious resources. This must have been a state actor. The first prime suspect is Russia.
Was wir aber sehr klar sagen können, ist, wer ein Interesse daran hat, dass das zerstört wird. Und da komme ich über kurz oder lang immer wieder auf Russland, weil es Unsicherheit geht, steigende Energiepreise.
There's also a possible financial motive. Russian state-owned energy giant Gazprom faced massive damage claims after cutting off gas supplies in summer 2022. Blowing up the pipelines could give them a legal excuse to duck out of those contracts. This is Holger Stark, the deputy editor-in-chief at German weekly newspaper Die Zeit. He has spent months digging into the case.
When I first heard about the explosions, I immediately thought it must be the Russians. It just fits their classic pattern of obstruction, of sabotage, of provocation, and to me, it just made perfect sense.
And initially, the suspicion seems to hold up. 4 days before the explosion, a Danish naval vessel patrols near the island of Bornholm. It spots 6 Russian ships, right where the pipelines will be blown apart 4 days later. They're dark ships, meaning their AIS transponders are switched off and they're not broadcasting their location. One of them is the SS-750, a 100-yard special ops vessel designed for underwater missions. On board, a mini submarine equipped with cranes for heavy-duty lifting, exactly the kind of setup you'd need to plant explosives on a pipeline. 3 months earlier, 2 other Russian military vessels have been spotted dark shipping the very same waters, right around the future blast site. What exactly were they doing there? Around the same time, suspicion also turns toward the United States. Just weeks before Russia invaded Ukraine, President Biden and German Chancellor Scholz held a joint press conference.
If Russia invades, there will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it.
6 months later, both pipelines explode. That's when Seymour Hersh steps in, a Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative journalist known for uncovering major scandals, but also for spreading highly controversial theories. He claims that US Navy divers planted the explosives on the pipelines during a NATO exercise in summer 2022. He also says they got help from a Norwegian Navy minesweeper and surveillance aircraft. The alleged motive? To push Russian gas out of the European market and make room for American liquefied natural gas. Norway is another key supplier and would benefit too. But Hersh's story quickly comes under fire. The flight data recordings from Norway do not match his timeline, and the ships he mentions haven't even been near the site.
My impression is that Cy Hersh had just one source, an old source from the world of intelligence, someone who picked up fragments of a story and then filled in the rest. Hersh admits that he had only this one source, and that this source didn't witness anything firsthand, and to me, that's already a red flag.
Hersh is 88 by now.
What would your plan be with a death note, and would you take the ideal? I would not take the ideal because Facebook exists. And that Meta Glass thing also exists, so wouldn't be worth it. But I'd just, eradicate everyone that I don't like. Very simple. Thanks for the donation, Kenny.
In recent years, he has been repeatedly criticized for relying on thin sources and pushing shaky claims. He no longer comments publicly on his Nord Stream story. The strongest lead points to neither Russia nor the United States. Shortly after the explosion, Holger Stark gets a crucial tip-off from a well-connected source inside the intelligence community.
So I called someone I've known for a long time and asked, was it Russia? He just looked at me and, with a very long and quiet and doubtful look, he slowly shook his head.
After the explosions, German authorities immediately launch an investigation. The Federal Prosecutor's Office picks up the case. The case is so politically sensitive that several major media outlets start joining forces. You'll find the links to their impressive research in the description. Julia Klaus is an investigative journalist at public German TV broadcaster ZDF. She is part of one of the extensive research teams. She tells us that despite the heavy secrecy, they were able to get their hands on one crucial piece of information.
So we picked up that the Andromeda yacht may have played a role in the operation.
The Andromeda is a small German sailing yacht just over 15 yards long. But could such a small boat be used to pull off such a sophisticated military-grade underwater demolition? It does have one major advantage.
I am only donating to inform the viewers. While you're being distracted by the media about the attack in Iran, Israel is still committing a genocide on the Palestinians and they want you to draw your attention away. Don't be fooled. Fuck Israel. Free Palestine.
You know you're a dumb bitch, right? You're just a dumb bitch. Thanks for the donation, Jessica. You dumb bitch.
Discreet. And unlike larger ships, it doesn't have to broadcast its position. The journalists uncovered that the Andromeda was chartered between August 27 and September 24 from a German boat rental company called Mola Yachting. The total rent of 11,900 euros was wired by a Polish travel agency. They submitted 2 passport copies, one Bulgarian, one Romanian. The name on the Romanian ID was Stefan Macu. Macu lives in Moldova, a small landlocked country in Eastern Europe. Julia Klaus and her team get on a plane and pay him a visit.
We were sitting in his garden, and when we showed him the passport number, he immediately recognized it. He said it matched his old passport, which had long been expired. But he had no idea how his personal data ended up in connection with the Nord Stream bombing.
The passport was fake, just like the Bulgarian one issued to a man named Mikhail Popov. Another team of journalists head out to Wiek Harbor on the German Baltic island of Rügen, where the Andromeda crew has last been seen. They speak to the harbor master, who remembers seeing them. They talk to other witnesses and even rent the Andromeda themselves. Step by step, they are able to piece together the route the boat most likely took. Meanwhile, Stark and his team follow up on another lead, the Polish travel agency who paid for the yacht. It turns out to be a shell company.
Behind that shell company, we found a Ukrainian businessman, someone who was operating in the gray zones of the underground economy in Kiev. He clearly was being used, obviously as a favor to someone higher up in the chain of command. Charter that boat, pay the bill, don't ask questions.
In March 2023, Stark and his research team published their findings. The timing is delicate. The German public is locked in a heated debate. Should the country send tanks to support Ukraine? And now reports suggest that Ukrainians may have attacked a German-Russian energy pipeline. That's politically explosive news. There's also speculation that the Andromeda lead might be a trap, a false flag, something deliberately planned by Russia to confuse the public and stir political doubt in Germany. But behind closed doors, senior officials already know who they should be looking at. German authorities have been zeroing in on a group that likely pulled the strings. June 2022, 3 months before the Nord Stream blast. The German Foreign Intelligence Service BND receives a top-secret report. It's from the Dutch military intelligence service MIVD. They say they've been tipped off about an imminent sabotage operation targeting Nord Stream 1. The suspected culprits, a Ukrainian special forces unit traveling with fake passports and a rented boat. The attack is set to be scheduled for June 19. That's only a few days away. Shortly after, another warning comes in from the CIA. They too have been alerted by the Dutch. But June 19 comes around, and nothing happens. The warnings are written off as false alarms. No one notifies the German Federal Police, or the German Navy, or counterterrorism task forces. 3 months later, the pipelines do get hit. Almost exactly the way the Dutch report had predicted. So right away, investigators turned their attention toward Ukraine. January 2023, 4 months after the explosions. On board the Andromeda, investigators find compromising material. DNA, fingerprints, a water bottle, and a single barefoot shoe. And on a table and in the toilet, traces of a powerful underwater explosive called HMX, also known as Octogen. That's the exact same compound found at the Nord Stream blast sites. At this point, the investigators are sure. This boat was part of the secret sabotage operation. But who did it? Then comes the key piece of evidence, a photo. It's early morning. A van speeds down a rural road. The driver has been hired to take a group of Ukrainians to the port. He has no idea who they really are, but he carries their diving gear in the back. He is going fast. Too fast. The speed camera photo shows a white Citroen Space Tourer with Ukrainian license plates. Next to the driver sits an unidentified passenger. Investigators track down the clueless driver. He confirms the identity of the passenger. A Ukrainian national named Volodymyr Z. Bingo. The grainy snapshot marks a turning point. In June 2024, German investigators issue a European arrest warrant for him. Over time, more and more connections start pointing towards Ukraine. Investigators manage to fully identify the alleged Andromeda crew. Journalists even speak with a Ukrainian informant who claims he helped them plan the attack. Today, authorities have a fairly clear picture of what most likely happened. Spring 2022, a rented office in Kiev, Ukraine. Inside is a small commando team, allegedly led by a man named Roman Chervinsky. He appears to be a legend in Ukrainian intelligence circles. Several members of his unit have also trained with the CIA. Their specialty, covert ops and sabotage. They are Ukrainian patriots. And after Russia's full-scale attack on their country, they are eager to strike back. Hard. They choose to target the Nord Stream pipelines, a symbol of Russian power that's been pumping billions into Putin's war chest. They need trained divers to pull off such a deep-water operation. They shortlist 20 candidates and end up picking 4. All civilians. 2 soldiers complete the team. A motley crew of 6 Ukrainians who barely know each other. September 8, 2022. It's late morning at Wieg Harbor on Rügen Island. A sail yacht pulls into the dock behind the harbor office. It's hailing straight from Rostock, where it was chartered 2 days ago by the small crew, posing as tourists. But they're not here for a sailing trip. They've come to carry out one of the most brazen acts of sabotage in history. Introducing Volodymyr Z, a heating engineer in his mid-40s who lives in Poland. He's also a scuba instructor specialized in deep diving expeditions. Next up is Daria Kormankova, at least that's her cover name. Early 40s, petite, brown hair. She and her husband run a small diving school in Ukraine. Volodymyr Z used to work for them as a scuba instructor. Then there's Daria's husband, codenamed Folgat, another experienced deep-sea diver. Pale, boyish, thinning hair. The 4th member is the commander, codenamed Rubik, seasoned combat soldier built like a tank and a capable diver himself. He's the mission lead aboard Andromeda.
Yeah, I heard Punisher is going to be in the next Spider-Man movie. It's going to be lame, though. It's going to be like PG-13. He's not going to kill anybody, you know. So. Yeah, fucking Marvel's owned by Disney now.
He stays in constant contact with Kiev via 16 burner phones and a stash of prepaid SIMs. The 5th one is the captain, an active duty soldier. Grumpy, hostile, broad frame. The witness will later describe him as a guy who's had one too many hamburgers. The 6th one is the assistant, short, middle-aged. The group gets to work right away. A harbor worker watches them from a distance. They're unloading grocery bags from a van, carrying them to the boat across the parking lot. Each walk is about 100 yards. The assistant is standing next to an unusual amount of compressed air cylinders. The harbor master walks over. You guys need a hand? You can pull the van closer if you want. The assistant shakes his head. We're good. The harbor master doesn't know that these cylinders are not for diving. Each one of them is packed with up to 35
Hey, Gum Gum. What you up to, little baby? Hey, Gum Gum. You know you're a really cool cat? Come here. Let me inspect your catness. Oh, yeah. That is a very good cat. You're all cat-like and stuff. So what are you up to? Just doing cat stuff? Thinking about cat things 'cause you're a cat? You're so beautiful and handsome, you know that? Love you so much, Gum Gum. My little baby. You're so soft. Oh my god.
kilos of HMX explosive. This would be the last real chance to stop them. It passes. Shortly after, the Andromeda casts off. Operation Diameter is underway.
I am pretty well zooted at this point.
Here's the path both Nord Stream pipelines take. Nord Stream 1 and the recently completed Nord Stream 2. From Rügen, the Andromeda makes its way to Bornholm and docks again on the small Danish island of Christiansø. Out on the open water, the crew starts assessing the situation. The boat is past its prime. The wood creaks with every turn. The walls are scuffed and the autopilot's broken. The 75 horsepower diesel engine rattles like an old farm tractor. It's quiet out here on the Baltic Sea. They only pass a few ships, and no one really pays attention to a small sailboat bobbing on the waves. The crew uses sonar technology to echolocate the pipelines. They probably conduct multiple expedition dives, but progress is slow. They can only do one dive per day. By the end of the second week of September, a storm rolls in. Winds of 20 knots whip across the sea, and the waves climb up to nearly 7 feet. The Andromeda takes shelter in a small harbor in Sandhamn, Sweden. A few days later, the sky is clear and the wind dies down, but the waves are still rocking the boat and most of the crew have fallen seasick. Conditions are barely stable enough to dive. The sonar hums as the crew awaits intention. Then, finally, a signal. They found the pipeline, about 80 yards below, directly beneath the Andromeda. It's go time, now or never. They lower a weighted rope into the water. About a minute later, it hits the seabed. A plastic canister wrapped in a trash bag bobs on the surface as a makeshift buoy. It's marking the spot so they don't drift off. Two divers strap on their scuba tanks. Then they grab a separate tank filled with high-powered explosives. They carefully slip off the stern and attach the tank to the rope. One last check and they disappear, following the rope down into the dark. This is the pipeline, 260 feet below the surface. It's cold and dark. The pressure on the human body down here is about 9 times higher than at sea level. Two beams of light cut through the darkness. They only have about 15 minutes on the seabed. To plant the bomb, they need to locate a connection joint along the pipeline. Their headlights can only illuminate 6 to 7 feet ahead of them. After a bit, they find a seam. They place a silicone pad between the bomb and the pipe to amplify the blast. Done. All set. At this depth, standard scuba gear won't cut it. The divers are most likely using advanced equipment, rebreathers, multiple tanks, and trimix breathing gases. To avoid decompression sickness, they need to ascend slowly, with several stops along the way. The whole process takes at least 40 minutes. The Andromeda has kept moving during the dive to avoid suspicion. Now the ship returns to the makeshift buoy. The crew is relieved. They carry out multiple additional dives over the course of several days. They plant at least 6 bombs across the 2 pipelines. Each charge is fitted with a timer, set to go off on September 26. On the morning of September 23rd, the Andromeda is spotted drifting in Rostock Harbor. The staff from Mola Yachting arrive to check in the rental boat, but find it empty. The crew is already gone.
Unexplained leaks in 2 major pipelines from Russia into Europe have become a major cause of concern for the European Union.
Denmark, Poland and Sweden say they believe leaks in 2 major Russian gas pipelines to Europe are the result of sabotage.
Tonight, sabotage at sea. That's what President Biden is calling the leaks and explosions on the Nord Stream pipelines.
3 days later, the saboteurs can watch the outcome of their mission live on TV. It worked. Except for one detail. One of the 2 lines of Nord Stream 2 remains intact. The crew accidentally hit the first line twice. June 2024. Polish authorities receive a European arrest warrant for Volodymyr Z by Germany's Federal Prosecutor's Office. Inside, they find the suspect's listed address in a residential suburb of Warsaw. Following EU law, Polish prosecutors are expected to act on such a warrant and detain the suspect. No questions asked. But apparently, the Poles do nothing.
It's very likely the Poles who tipped off the Ukrainian diver and also the Ukrainian government in order to get him out of the country in time before he could have been arrested and put on trial in Germany.
On the morning
Interesting.
of July 6, at exactly 6:20 a.m., a BMW with Ukrainian diplomatic plates crosses the Polish border into Ukraine. The co-driver is Volodymyr Z. The suspected saboteur has vanished ever since. And for now, no arrest warrants have been issued for the rest of the crew, due to a lack of evidence. To this day, it is not definitely proven who was behind the Nord Stream attack. All suspects deny any involvement. That said, there's a growing body of evidence pointing toward the Andromeda theory. The yacht, the forged documents, the diving gear, the witness testimonies, the DNA. It all paints a compelling picture. There are credible indications that the former commander-in-chief of Ukraine's armed forces approved the plan. Still, nothing is off the table. Some experts haven't ruled out the possibility that the Andromeda may have been part of a more elaborate deception or false flag operation by Russia or the US. But many experts do believe the attack was likely carried out by Ukrainian patriots. Whether it happened with the government's blessing is up for debate.
You could argue that the Ukrainian state wouldn't want to provoke a key weapon supplier like Germany and risk losing critical military support.
The alleged attackers must have seen the pipelines as an immediate threat to Ukraine, as a tool of Russian leverage and thus a legitimate target. Today, no Russian gas flows through Nord Stream 1 or 2. Germany has managed to break free of its dependence faster than expected. Nord Stream was the most expensive, most ambitious, and most controversial underwater pipeline project the world has ever seen. Now, both pipelines sit idle, partially destroyed, deep beneath the Baltic Sea. Since March 2025, there's been talk of bringing Nord Stream 2 back online. A US investor has reportedly expressed interest in buying and repairing the pipeline, but no one knows just how realistic that is, or how Germany and the rest of Europe might respond.
So Ukraine more likely did it. That's not too surprising.
Plus, of course, the insanely dominant attack by the United States on the top of the Iranian nuclear program, putting the final nail in the coffin, essentially changes the whole rules of the game and basically crowns the Israelis as the new kings of the neighborhood, allowing the United States, the Israelis, and the Saudis to put in motion what they've wanted to do for the past few years. And this absolutely changes entirely the whole layout of the Middle East. A lot to talk about, everything that happened, I'll explain, but mainly I'll give you future scenarios where this thing is headed. And I'm going to break down everything with no agendas, no politics, just the facts. Obviously, things you cannot get from mainstream media in 2025 anymore. So, the US hit Fordo. This was essentially the crown jewel of the Iranian nuclear program. It was built literally into a mountain, like a freaking James Bond movie, like a James Bond villain inside a mountain. Essentially, this was the first use that I know of the bunker busters, whatever they're called. They dropped a few on their head, and it seems that they either damaged it a lot or destroyed it. We'll talk about that in a second. Now, they've hit a heavily fortified nuclear site by the Iranian regime. They've also hit two other sites, Natanz and Isfahan, which were already heavily damaged by the Israelis, but they kind of gave one on top of it. Now, the goal of this operation was obviously to destroy the Iranian nuclear program, right? The question is, did they succeed in that plan? Well, the result, TBD. Definitely major damage. They've definitely set the Iranian nuclear program back a few years, but did they 100% destroy it? I'm not sure yet, but it doesn't matter for the sake of our analysis. Even setting back the Iranians a couple of years in their nuclear aspirations was good enough for the Israelis, the United States, and the Saudis tried to achieve in this region, and it worked to perfection. Now, allow me to explain. So basically, this whole thing works like this, okay? Why now, okay? So obviously, at some point, if you continue with inaction, which is basically what we've seen from the West, from the United States, from previous administrations, and from the Israelis, to be honest, for the past 20 years, you were about to get a nuclear Iran and the clock ran out. It was either now or never. This was the last opportunity to get it done. Now, this is basically the situation right here, right? So, I want you to pay attention to this, okay? We have seen years, plural, of anti-American operations by the Iranian regime. Multiple US servicemen lost their lives in Iranian operations, either ran by their proxies, black ops.
Kenny donating $2. Love is love.
Yeah, so what? The Twitter's crazy. We be kissing each other. What's your point?
Can you guys kiss right now?
Who cares? No.
I want to see it, please.
In public?
Yes, please kiss right now. I want to see it. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, they make money kissing on OnlyFans. Their rap career didn't really pan out. Thanks for the donation, Kenny.
Sometimes Iran themselves, not even talking about the documented attempt on Donald Trump's life. Go Google it. Iran has caused a lot of death to United.
First one, I don't know if you have seen this, but this fat fuck you should fight. And then Patrick Babermian's devlog is pretty cool actually.
I've already seen that. Like 80 people have linked that to me already.
Hi Uncagers and rest of the world. This is a long overdue update on my game project Uncage. Although I haven't released exciting things and worked my way up to more exciting changes and new features. 25. During that transition, I'm constantly working on aspects of the game that are not dependent on the engine version. Now to more exciting changes. On the story side, Uncage has gone through some substantial changes in world building and character design. Animals were getting in the way of that realism. So although I loved the characters and appreciated the willingness of my friends and Rockstar voice cast to bring them to life, I knew I had to make a painful decision here. The speaking animal characters would have to go. But I did not want to lose their voices. What would I do? Here's what I came up with and ultimately offered to the cast. What about having my friends voice a fictional version of themselves instead of speaking animal NPCs, and the player would now play as one of the band members who play concerts at night and secretly rescue animals as the after party. Rescue system we had, introducing some new systems that are currently very much still work in progress. There is now a realistic drone system that is currently being integrated into the overall game framework. The idea is that you have the ability to scout mission areas with a drone before you physically enter the mission. Development. The idea is that Uncage will feature a kind of a karma system where the player has a range of opportunities to influence public sentiment in the game. Talks with some well-known voices of the animal rights sphere to fill the newscast for the central system of the game. More on this in a future demo. And the first open world map that the player will get to explore in the upcoming demo version. Costa Cobra as a fictional country is partly influenced by Spain, so that
Well, sounds like it's coming along. That's good. Thanks for the donation, Axel. Dodo Donatilers, what would you do? Also, how come this driver is not scared? The guy behind him will get out and shoot him for being a retard. Well, that looks like New York, so that's probably why.
What? Seriously?
If that was Chicago, that guy would be dead. Or Texas, he'd probably be dead.
It's kind of entertaining, I'm not gonna lie. Whoa. Maybe.
There was a guy, I was driving downtown to Ottawa once, and I was riding on my Ural sidecar. So I was in the right lane, it's a slow bike. And then this guy, I come up to this fucking fat Asian guy in front of me, and then he slows down to 85, and on that stretch of highway it varies between 100 to 110. So I'm like, why the fuck is this dickhead going like at least 15 kilometers below the speed limit? Go into the left lane, start accelerating. I can only manage to go about 110 to 120 kilometers per hour on that bike in most scenarios. And it was particularly windy, so I could only get up to like 105. So then when I go to pass this dickhead, he speeds up. And then I can't pass him. So then I go back into the right lane, slows down again to like 85. He did that almost the entire way I was going to Ottawa. I wanted to fucking murder that motherfucker, dude. If that were Chicago, that guy would have been blown away. Like, what a fucking dickhead. So yeah, I've experienced something a little similar. But yeah, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Kenny donated $2 off screen. That's very gay and weird. It's kind of strange. Their penises kind of look like they do. You know? But thanks for the donation, Kenny.
I would never send you some faggot shit. But I would send cringe Tiger Woods TikToks. He's the GOAT.
Tiger Woods
Better not be a penis at the end of the short.
is no longer great.
He's nowhere close to what he once was, and may never return to his old form.
Oh my God, this is maybe 50 yards left of the green.
Wow.
Tiger's competitive career is over.
Former professional golfer Tiger Woods has been arrested on DUI charges in Florida.
He certainly doesn't look like the Tiger that we all knew once upon a time.
Global management consulting firm Accenture is cutting ties with Tiger Woods, saying that he is
He's playing like me.
no longer the right representative for its advertising.
A couple of years ago, had his 4th surgery on his back.
Age is against him.
The next press release Tiger Woods should be I'm retiring.
No, you've accepted that. I've accepted I'm going to get more.
Many doubted we'd ever see it, but here it is. The return to glory.
Yeah, he was going bald. Thanks for the donation, Kenny. I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs. Oh, I'm feeling it. 10, 15, what's the difference?
United States servicemen. Now, I'm not even talking about the fact that Iran, literally, the slogan of Iran is death to America, death to Israel. I'm not sure, maybe it's the other way around. But in any case, they call the United States the great Satan. The Israelis are the little Satan. So there is no love lost between the United States and Iran. Iran has cost a lot of American lives. So Iran have been claiming for a couple of years now that they're basically just trying to build a civilian energy nuclear reactor, right? Which in itself was a ridiculous claim, which everybody knew was absolute bullshit. There's no need for an oil-rich country to pursue nuclear energy. It means insanity. Why would you pursue nuclear energy when you have free oil, right? But then we saw Iran cross the threshold of nuclear energy enrichment, essentially going all the way to 60%, which has 0% civilian use. So once it was clear the mask was taking off, and everybody realized, well, they just crossed this threshold, it's no longer even plausible to assume maybe this is for civilian uses. And then when Trump basically gave them the deadline and said, look, you've got 60 days, 60 days expires, on the 61st day,
Okay. I didn't know. Please tell me you'd fight that fat piece of shit though. You'd murder him. Also, on other note, I am going to start streaming the English Hub Discord shit full time. Could you give me some equipment advice? I have a MacBook Pro.
Fight what fat piece of shit? Does that have something to do with
High on cagers and the rest of areas with.
You mean the pro-Palestine guy? Sure, I guess. You're gonna be debating on English Hub Discord. I'd get a comfortable pair of headphones and an external mic, preferably one that's XLR. And then I would use a USB DAC, digital audio converter, that has XLR inputs. Rode makes some pretty affordable, good quality XLR mics, and so does Audio-Technica. And again, they're not crazy expensive or anything. So comfortable headphones. If you're prone to earwax buildup, you might want to consider getting bone conducting headphones. Those would prevent that from happening if you're wearing closed ear headphones for hours and hours and hours. Other than that, Sony headphones are really good. Probably the best. I think they just released their XM6 headphones. I have the XM5s and I'm quite happy with those. And that should about do it for the advice on equipment for debating on Discord. Hope that helps, Axel. Thank you for the donation, kind sir.
The Israelis actually care.
And I hope you have a wonderful day or wonderful evening wherever you are in the world.
The strike, and then the Iranian regime basically takes off the mask. And they say, well, you know what? F you, we're going for nukes. This is a strategic purpose of our government, of our regime, etc., etc. So the Iranian foreign minister basically said, look, we're no longer hiding our intentions to get nukes. And he was talking about potentially acquiring nukes from potential other countries that may provide it, talking to the Russians, to the Pakistanis, whomever. But the whole nuclear thing for civilian purposes is long dead. The United States have suffered a lot from Iran, and at some point you have to act before they get the nukes. But there is a bigger question here, a strategic question of why now? What was the opportunity? And there's an actual answer to this. So the opportunity was very clear, right? Obviously, what happened is that the Israelis basically killed the Iranian proxies. Hezbollah, gone. Whatever's left of it is now a political party trying to survive in Lebanon. Right now, not even a resemblance to what it used to be. The Israelis absolutely dismantled Hezbollah. They've turned it into a basically just a minor player in Lebanon at best, right? Maybe they have aspirations, but they basically took everybody out with the beeper thing, and then they took out Nasrallah. So Hezbollah is gone. Syria, gone. Hamas, they're down to guerrilla warfare in Gaza, strategically irrelevant, gone. Russia and China have indicated that they're abandoning Iran. They basically said, look, we're not dying for you. There's no need. China just wants the oil. They can do business with whomever controls Iran or whatever happens. The Russians have their hands busy in the Ukraine war. You're not that important. We're not helping you. And now the Israelis basically went in, and this was the test of Trump. I think Trump was saying, look, let's play it this way. Let's say we have nothing to do with this. If the Israelis go into Iran and they botch and they shit the bed, we had nothing to do with it. We told the Israelis not to do it. But if they have success, we can say, hey, this was just a misdirection campaign, and we join in and we either claim the win or distance ourselves from the loss. So the Israelis come in and they have stellar success, a generational successful campaign, one that will be studied for decades. A complete red wedding event, taking out all the generals at the same time, all the air defenses. Essentially, they've turned the Iranian airspace into a boardwalk. Literally, the Iranian Secretary of Foreign Affairs had to ask permission from the Israelis to go and fly and meet with the Russians. Literally, he had to ask permission. The Israelis own the Iranian airspace.
That's great.
So at this point, Trump saying, well, the Israelis have done spectacularly well. This is our cue. Now we're going to go and do things the Israelis cannot. There's a limit to what the Israelis can do with their weapons, with their capacity to actually give the final blow to the Iranian nuclear plan and hit Fordo. You had to have B-2s, you have to have the bunker busters, and you have to have the US might to do that. So Iran was isolated, it was weak, it was hurt bad, and essentially it was on the brink of nuclear weapons, which means perfect timing. They're on the brink, they're weak, they're hurt. Let's clean it up, okay? So right now...
But what if that escalates things? I saw a TikTok video where Iran could use a gun and shoot it at someone. Guns are bad. That's why I don't want white people or black people to have them. I'm not racist. I just know if we take guns away from everyone, then less black people would have them. Potatoes donated $2. Let me see. Oh my god, that bird is a bit of a potatoes. Wow, that's a nice owl. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at those chonkers. Oh my god. Wombats are so chunky. Oh, wow. Oh. Listen to them munching. Oh, they're going munch, munch, munch. Oh my god, those are good prairie dogs. Man, it'd be wonderful if you could be like cute and chubby like these animals. When I get chubby, I just look uglier. If only we could live in that world. Oh my god, he's so rotund. So fuzzy and rotund. That's a good badger. Oh my god. Look at his claws. Oh my goodness. Oh.
I didn't even call.
Oh. Chicken. That's a chicken. Oh, I love chickens. Oh my goodness, so poofy. I love chickens. I wish I could hug every chicken. Oh my god.
What'd you do today?
Oh, that's amazing. Listen to that chicken. Oh, I love chickens, dude. You know, they're just so sweet. They break up fights with other animals. They have really strong maternal instincts and they just love babies. Like, they actually just love and want to take care of babies. Doesn't even have to be their own babies. Like, another hen's babies, other animals' babies, they'll take care of little kittens. They even do that when they don't lay eggs. There's that myth that, oh, they only do that because of chicks they had. No, they'll even do that just because they're like that. Chickens are just sweet animals. I love chickens. Thanks for the donation, Potatoes.
We can talk briefly about Iran's mistakes, and there are quite a few of them, but I'm gonna kind of distill it to about 3 mistakes here. Number one, it's a mistake, it's a hubris mistake, thinking that bluffing means positioning. Strategic positioning and bluffing is not the same thing, and when the bluff here got called by Trump, by the way, kudos to Trump, a lot of people say that Trump is not that great of a negotiator, etc., etc. He called their bluff and he played it to perfection. So the art of the deal, I think he can claim it. The way he played the Iranians in this whole sequence of events, he's definitely the master.
Well, this wasn't Trump's idea. I think Trump to some degree knows he's a fuck up, like he has to. He's lost so much money. He's gone bankrupt like, what, 5 times? Like, he knows he's a fuck up. You'll notice when things are his idea, they're really fucking stupid and bad and backfire. But when he's serious about something, he really doesn't like the Iranians, for instance. He'll listen to the top guys because, like, that little tiny voice in his head, you know, way, way back in the head that he doesn't normally listen to, he just has that tiny little voice that in, you know, certain circumstances gets loud enough to tell him, dude, you can't fuck this up. Let somebody smarter do it. And then those few instances where he listens to his generals and stuff with Iran, you know, shit goes the right way. If only Trump could listen to that voice a little more.
After the deal, and his critics should shut the fuck up. Now, the other thing that happened is that Iranians over the past 20 years chose a very interesting strategy. Instead of building their own army, their military, their air force, their navy, and building themselves up, they've invested all this money into building a proxy force on the doorstep of the Israelis. So they've invested lots of money in Hezbollah, lots of money in Hamas, lots of money in the Houthi rebels, lots of money in Iraqi militia, etc., 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 etc. And they did bleed the Israelis for years, but not strategically decapitating. The Israelis bled but didn't die, and they survived to become stronger, while Iran was left broke because of these choices and weak because their own military was trash. They had none. They basically put everything on the proxies. So when the Israelis basically beat the proxies, bleeding but stronger, Iran was basically, we have nothing. We have no jets, we have no air force, we have nothing. So the Israelis came in and basically, you know, it was a pushover. It was nothing. And on top of it, obviously, the most critical mistake where I think the Iranians have absolutely botched it is when the October 7th attacks on Israel happened, which was one of the most horrendous terror attacks in history and one of the greatest crimes of humanity of all time. But when it happened, strategically, of course, speaking, Iranians could have used Hezbollah to combat the Israelis from the north while they're being attacked from the south by Hamas. But they've decided not to do so. The reasoning was that they were afraid from a U.S. retaliation and a U.S. response that might have escalated the whole situation. They were hoping that the Hamas and the Hezbollah on this low capacity will slowly continue to bleed out Israel for the next 20 years. And when they didn't do it, Hezbollah was left out of this. The Israelis basically recovered. And then the first thing they've done is eliminate Hezbollah. And then Syria, and then Hamas, and then the Houthis, etc., etc., etc. So Iran made a few strategic mistakes, and obviously I'm happy they did so, you know. But at the end of the day, we're here at the current state of events, right? So Israel basically is achieving daily strategic success, right? They're taking out nuclear sites, they're taking out military facilities, they're taking out scientists, generals, etc., etc. They are making strategically crippling hits on Iran, right? The United States just had a slam dunk with the B-2s bombing Fordo and Natanz and Isfahan. But Iran literally had, well, I wouldn't say zero, but almost zero strategic success so far. They really hurt the Israelis, They're hitting civilians. They're hitting apartment complexes. They've killed a lot of people, but nothing was strategically crippling, right? They've hit partially one of the refineries in Israel, but nothing crippling. Within a few days, that thing was up and running again. And that was the only thing. No Air Force bases, no military facilities, no kind of the signs of the government. They haven't hit the parliament or whatever. I mean, what did they really hit? They've hit a bunch of residential buildings. Very painful, strategically irrelevant. So in this current state of events, Iran is essentially losing by 40 points if this is a basketball game. This is over. The game is done. It's garbage time. It's time to let, the ball boy and the equipment manager to play. Now, Iran really has no real military because they've bet on their own thing. And people thought because of the war in Ukraine that the war has changed. It's now all about drones and ballistic missiles. And by the way, Iran spent a lot of resources on policing and harassing their own civilians, which really took a lot of resources from building their own military. They were so busy on building a force internally towards their own civilians. But essentially what they focus on is drones and ballistic missiles, right? Painful, sure. Strategically matched.
It smells like someone else farted, but I'm the only one here, so I know I farted. And I can't remember myself farting, but it sounds like something I would do. But it doesn't smell like my own fart. It smells like just someone else's. It's not particularly bad or unpleasant as far as farts go, but it's like somebody else's.
With 5th gen fighter jets? What the hell were you thinking, in the words of Dr. Phil? What in the world were you thinking? 5th generation Air Force versus this crap? Completely outmatched. So for everybody who thought that the Ukraine war proves that the new wars will be fought with drones, there's no replacement for a top-tier Air Force and air dominance, okay? What happened in Ukraine is the Russians couldn't achieve air dominance and air superiority, and that's why it got dirty like this. But once the Israelis cleaned house with this, the Iranians stood no chance, okay? So, also shows you a lot about modern warfare when things are going. So, I think what happened here with the Israelis is, I think they tried to avoid going to war here. It was like one of them Bruce Lee or Chuck Norris movies where the hero basically gets punched, gets harassed, he doesn't want to fight. Eventually, at some point, he just fucking snaps, says, fuck it. And then he fucks everybody up, which is literally what happened with the Israelis. They took so much until they snapped, but finally they fucking snapped. And this is what happens. I think they've tried to do deterrence, and the deterrence didn't work because the warning signs doing, hey, dude, don't do it. I'm going to fuck you up. It doesn't work. The dude keeps on coming. And then he gets the ass kicking, which is what happened with the Iranians, okay? We have a complete decapitation, from deterrence to decapitation, of the octopus, which is Iran.
Some random videos for you to enjoy. I better hear the baby talk as well.
Oh. My God, he's waddling. He's a four-legged creature, but he's waddling. Oh. Give it to him. He loves watermelon. Give him the melon. Oh, yeah, that's some good watermelon. Oh my God. That's so much watermelon for a sweet little baby. Oh, what a happy day. All this melon all to yourself. Oh my goodness. So sweet and delicious and crunchy. Oh, I love that melon. So cool and crisp. Oh, it is so nice to munch on a cool, crisp melon. Oh, yes. That's a good fucking groundhog. Oh. Look at his toes. I think he's a Pokemon trying to talk. Oh. Yes, grab it with your toes. Such nice toes. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh my goodness.
That's a wonderful
Oh my
breakfast.
God, imagine being so lucky to have a watermelon on hand. Oh my goodness. Oh dear love melon. Oh. Oh dear love melon. Oh, that's a good melon. Oh, wow. Yeah, eat that good melon. Oh my goodness. That is nice. Thanks for the donation, Pimp Daddy C.
And I think Israel just rebuilt their deterrence. Nobody wants to fuck with them right now. And I think the Saudi-Abraham Accords deal is now 100% happening because the whole purpose of that deal was the Saudis to feel like they can depend on the Israelis to protect them. So the Israelis have definitely won big here. Okay. Now, the U.S. stance here is very, very simple. Trump doesn't want a war. And that's why he's giving the Iranians an off-ramp. He said, look, folks, we're not interested in a regime change. Relax. We're not interested in replacing you. This is not the sort of op we're running here. We don't want you to have nukes. At this point, we're done. You can close this event right now, right? Close this event right now and survive. We don't want to fuck you up. That's it. Okay? But he's also showing a very big stick, saying, if you don't take this deal...
No, Gummy's litter box is upstairs. It's right next to the kitchen, so after he takes a shit, he can jump up on the counter and relax.
And you don't live to fight another day, we're going to fuck you up. Okay? And we will painfully do so. And it's going to be very easy for us to do so. And now Iran has the ball, pretty much. They have to make a decision what they want to do. If they are a rational player, well, they're going to go for the Trump off-ramp. Obviously, there's nothing to be gained. But if they're insane and they'll go the religious route, insanity, then we're talking about a whole different ballgame. If the Iranians are not a rational player, then we're talking about this. Blocking the Hormuz Strait, striking Saudi oil fields, U.S. asset strikes around the Middle East, further strikes on Israel, closing down the Bab al-Mandab with the Houthi rebels, a complete strategy of desperation. Desperation, that's all it is, okay? Either one or all of the above will all be acts of desperation which will lead to the collapse of the regime. All of this ends with the death of the Ayatollah regime. They surely understand that, and they might still do it because they're not a rational player. Let's see. I don't know what the answer is.
They're clearly
I don't know
not
what they'll choose.
rational.
Okay? It's not my job to predict. I prepare for all scenarios. That's how I teach, right? Right now, Iran is alone, completely isolated, on their own. Nobody's coming to their help. Russia have their own mess. They're not interested in putting their head against the U.S. China is completely transactional here. They don't give a fuck about Iran. They just want the oil. They can do a deal with whomever wins. They're going to sit on the sideline, watch who wins, and they'll make a deal with the winner. They don't care. Scenarios. 3 scenarios from this point on, folks. 3 scenarios. Scenario number 1, not in any particular order. Peace through pain. A complete ceasefire. Okay? Basically, everybody says, we made our point, we got our goals, we won. Iran claims victory because it survived. They can say, hey, everybody took a shot at us. The U.S., the Israelis, we're still here. We won. Oh! U.S. and Israel say, we won. The nukes are gone. We won. Oh! Obviously, if this happens, the Qataris, as much as I hate it, will have to broker this deal because they're the only ones who can. But I don't know how plausible this is. Depends on how rational the Iranians are at this point, which is a huge question, which I don't know the answer to. Scenario number 2, long-term escalation on the back burner. Basically, a lower volume, continue daily ballistic missiles, maybe once a day, 1 missile, once every few days, 1 missile. And then we have the Israeli strikes, not in the same intensity, a lower volume, basically in continuation of this, kind of attrition, right? The Houthi attacks on ships in the Bab al-Mandab continues. Drones on Israel may continue at some capacity, and they will try to do some sort of a closure attempts of the Hormuz Strait, or the Strait of Hormuz, right? Basically, this long escalation, but not full-out war. This is a pretty plausible scenario, but we'll see. Scenario number 3 is basically complete regional chaos, large-scale war. The Iranians basically say, fuck it. They attack U.S. assets, they attack Saudi assets, Hezbollah engages, Iraqi militia engages with the Israelis on their own border, Bab al-Mandab and the Hormuz Straits get closed, and basically Israel gets a barrage of ballistic missiles, it starts to strike back at Iran, the U.S. goes full balls into this war, etc., etc. The whole region goes up in flames, right? Also a possibility. Possibility number 3. I don't know which one of these.
It's not going to happen. U.S. intervention would be so quick and done. It's just not going to happen.
Actually happens. I don't know. Depends on the Iranian regime, 100%. At this point, the Iranians hold the ball. When I say Iranians, I mean the regime, not the people. I love the people. The regime, assholes, right? If they want to drag their country to the depths of hell, they can do that. If they want an off-ramp and everybody goes home, they can do that. Completely 100% dependent on the decision of the Iranian regime. The biggest winners here are Israelis, US and Saudis and Turkey, because they get to keep Syria out of all of this, which is pretty cool, and maybe share it with the Israelis. But the Saudis get the Abraham Accords. The Saudis get Iran removed, which is a huge threat to Saudis. Obviously, US and Israel for obvious reasons. Medium winners. Sorry, losers. Medium losers. Sorry. Medium losers. Russia loses an ally. China loses an ally. Whatever. Not a huge ally to lose, but, sucks. Not that big of a deal. Biggest loser, Iran, for obvious reasons. And now the counter starts for the end of the Ayatollah regime. Whatever happens, whatever off-ramp, no off-ramp, it's just a question of time. It's no longer when, it's a question, no longer if, but when. Whatever happens from here on, the Iranian regime is done. It may take a day, a week, a month, a year, or a decade, doesn't matter, but the clock has started counting, okay? A quick word to self-promote myself, of course. If you'd like to support this channel and the work I do here, patreon.com/Tom Nash Report. But more important than the Patreon, please.
Oh, what a wonderful time. Iran is going to get glassed.
Can't wait to show you these results. And so, let's see the results. 20 minutes later. He's only 18 years of age and has what people are saying the best natural physique for a teenager in the world, possibly ever. But the question is it actually possible that he's natural? I mean, Larry Wheels, who worked out with him, he said that he's natural. Julian claims that he's natural. But is he?
Yes, it's unethical to have dolphins perform for people.
And above and beyond other people, of course, you're going to make videos. Oh, he's a fake daddy. Just look at him. He doesn't pass the eyeball test. It's obvious. But they didn't ask for the blood work. And so consider this. Was it possible that he was 1 in a million? What are the odds of that a rare freak would come out of nowhere and that we would somehow find out of it, that it's this guy? I mean, what are the odds of this? 1 in a million? Or dare I say even 1 in a billion? Or Greg in a deucillion? Who knows? But think of it like this. It's 2025. Almost everyone has social media. And so the freakiest of the freakiest of the freakiest physiques, they're the ones that we're seeing. And if there is a 1 in a Gress deucillion physique, we're going to know about it. And so what I did is I wrote him and said, show me the blood work with no notice, out of the blue. And if you pass it, I'm going to say that you're natural. But if you don't, what do you think I'm going to say? And so other people, for example, Catabolic Twigs, those kind of guys, they just say, of course, the guy's a fake natty. Of course. I mean, that's obvious. But where's the actual proof? I mean, if we were to go into court and have to debate this, would he be found guilty or would he be found innocent? And if there was a gun to your head and you were forced to choose, your life's on the line, would you be certain? And so on May 31st, remember, I'm going to show this with receipts, exactly what went down. Are you open to getting blood work taken and sent to me so that I can make a naughty or not video? Naughty or not? What a concept. And tell everyone that you're natural. I just need the blood work evidence to support what I want to say. And so I went into this giving him the benefit of the doubt. Hey,
If I received a message like that from somebody, I would assume it's like a scam. Because naughty or not, like, I guess you can check their profile, but Greg is... It's only 2 sentences. Like, why can't you just read over it?
I want to believe you. But without the blood work, I can't say that. And so if his response was nah, if he refused to show me the blood work, what do you think my answer would have been? He's dodging me. He knows that he'll fail. And to me, that would be the evidence. After all, when I call out all these other YouTubers, famous people and so on, like Ashton Hall, Michael Horn and so on, they don't show the blood work. They simply avoid it. And it's their right. They don't have to show me anything. This is private medical information, and so I get it. But they have to understand that if I make a natty or not and they don't show the blood work, they don't show it to anyone, then of course people are going to have to assume that they're a fake natty. Why would you be scared? If you're actually natural, you have nothing to worry about, nothing to fear. Does that prove you're lifetime natural? No, I know the haters are going to say, yeah, but he might have hopped off whatever months ago and just happened to be natural at the time. This is, in fact, yes, it's possible. I get you. I know what you're saying. But Julian had just worked out with Larry Wheels. He was looking in phenomenal shape. Probably the best he's ever been. What are the odds that he just hopped off months ago knowing he's going to work out with Larry Wheels and that I'm going to randomly write him for his blood work? Slim to almost none, perhaps 1 in a million. His response, very telling. Yes, of course. What's the process you recommend? Like what tests, etc.? He doesn't look very nervous. And so up to this point, I'm thinking, bro, he's probably natural. This is going to be an amazing video. And so, of course, I send all the things we'll be looking for. You know the basics: testosterone, free testosterone, bioavailable testosterone, LH, FSH, SHBG, cholesterol. The list goes on and on. We're looking for every single marker in order to prove that he hasn't been taking anything exogenously that could have impacted these results. You're thinking, oh, but he might have just stopped for a day or perhaps a week. He just cycled off. He was swooshing tren mixed with alcohol and spitting it out, and that's how he got so jacked. That would still affect his blood work. And so I don't care if he was on test suspension, Anavar, SARMs, peptides, you name it. If he's on performance-enhancing drugs, the amounts needed to give him this kind of physique, that he would need at least a month, possibly 2, in order to stop and pass the blood work. And so he states he's 5'10" and 200 pounds, and he's 18, about to turn 19. In June, he bench pressed almost 405 pounds, so around 400, and squats around 500 and doesn't actually deadlift. Those are impressive numbers. He's bench pressing 400 pounds at 18. That's over double his body weight. And bro has long arms, and so clearly very, very strong. He states, started training.
Those are pretty ridiculous numbers. 200 pounds, that lean at 5'10" is pretty huge. He might be lying about his weight. All these people lie about random shit. How long before he advertises his supplement? Oh, I'm sure it's coming, dude.
Training at 14. Look at my dad.
Feel like
a lot
we're
of people
overdue
understand
already.
when I show him. And so he's basically saying, look, my genetics are stupendous. At 14 years of age, you can see his photo. Clearly, this guy is born to put on muscle. That is
Okay,
before
yeah.
training. This is way above
Okay, he's a genetic freak.
average genetics. And so he most likely, even if he didn't lift weights, would have a very impressive physique.
How the fuck do you look like that without even lifting first? That's crazy.
Coupled with the fact that his dad is very strong, clearly it's in the genetics. All of this is fine and dandy, but still, that is not a mic drop. And so I state, the nail in the coffin will be your blood work. Anyone with a brain will understand that if you pass blood work, then you're natural. Now, I said that, but I didn't see that people don't have actually brains. My subs are actually morons. And at first, I was a little bit upset when people didn't believe the blood work from Hussein Farhat. Remember, he's passed the blood work twice now, and it's 100% clean. But people still said, he probably faked the blood work. Some guy said that he probably had a fake cock when they do the pee test and it wasn't actually his urine, or that he had actually watched Derek's video from years ago where they were swooshing vodka mixed with tren and absorbing it sublingually, and that could bypass the test. And I'm thinking, do these people understand that it's blood work? It's not a drug test testing for the steroids themselves. It's blood work, which can see the effects of the steroids. Blood work isn't a steroid test. It doesn't say that the bro's on trend, Anavar, and so on. It says, what the fuck wrong with this guy? The damage that's being done to the body from the steroids and so on, it's clearly marked in the blood work. Unless you know how to read blood work, to look at it, it's not your fault. And so I'm not blaming you for not understanding. If you believe that Hussein just faked the blood work, that he didn't show his passport, that the video is AI, and that he somehow passed his test by being on HRT doses and injecting magical compounds that people think would disguise the blood as being someone else. Well, those things are 1 in a million chances that those things are more impressive than Hussein. Now, I like Hussein. He's one of my better friends. But I'm not going to blow smoke up his ass and say that he would beat Julian in a list of photos showing his progress. Well, that's one in the favor of saying he's probably not natural. And so at 14, he was bench pressing 135 pounds. At 15, he was benching 170. At 16, 225. And so those are normal gains in a year. 35 pounds from 14 to 15. 45 pounds from 15 to 16. And at 17, getting close to 305, that's 80 pounds. And so the gains in strength, they seem to be going up, but perhaps he simply...
Well, yeah, it's called puberty.
He was going through puberty. Perhaps he went through puberty a little late. And at pressed properly when he's younger, he wasn't focused on it a couple of years. And this is while being 100% natural. Now, at 198 pounds, the world record natural, it's around 500. And so, bro could literally put on perhaps 50.
Once I see people benching over 400 pounds, that's when I start considering that they could be on steroids. Especially if your incline press is very high, like when you're repping 315. And I mean, if you're repping 405, it's just a done deal. But yeah, if you can rep over 315 for like sets of 5 on incline, it's also a very good sign that somebody's on gear.
15 pounds of muscle, get to 215, cut to 198. And if he bench presses over 500, he would be one of, if not the strongest natural bench pressers of all time at his body weight with those extra long arms. It's not looking good for him. I mean, just hearing that out loud, he's bench pressing way more than me when I was his age. He doesn't almost got the same size arms as Larry, close to 19 inches. Larry's 19 and a half, and Larry is over 6'1". My arms...
I don't know where my tape measure went. I want to measure my arms. I'm going to see if I put it in the upstairs drawer. I want to get a drink anyway and piss. I'll be right back. Couldn't find my tape measure. You know what song I really like? Making Christmas from Nightmare on Christmas. Making Christmas, la la la. Oh. Oh, sweet orange crush.
At my biggest was 20.5 inches with a pump. And so this kid has nearly the same size arms as I had at my peak when I was blasting Hellatren, and I'm only a 5'6" manlet weighing over 230 pounds. And so the arm size alone, I mean, stupendous development, but is it possible that he built it natural? The odds are less than 1.
I've tried Monster Ultra Sunrise. It's good. I still prefer the C4 energy drinks, though.
1 in a million. There's no way 1 in a million kids have arms like this. Probably 1 in a billion. And so did we just discover the most freakiest natural on Earth? I mean, it is possible. In his defense, it is possible. Think of it. Whoever has the freakiest physiques, you're going to post it online, and it's probably going to come to my attention. People send me everything. And so if it is this impressive, of course it's being sent to me. I'm going to see it. And so it's possible, but very unlikely. And when he says
he's just a genetic clone of Ronnie Coleman. The craziest part of this workout with Larry Wheels was his ability to do 70-pound dumbbell overhead tricep extensions with one arm. I've never seen somebody that strong with their triceps. That is fucking crazy.
To Larry, let's warm up with the dumbbells. And he chooses the 70-pound dumbbells. I can't do it once. And he said, we're warming up with it. He said, oh, you know, I usually use the 90s. And he's warming up. You know, you use lighter weights when you warm and go heavier after that. I'm thinking, if he's starting with the 70s, is bro going to then do the 100s?
Oh.
He gets 3 reps. On a warm-up, he gets 3 reps with tricep extensions. Who the heck?
Oh, look at this. Oh, Gummy. Oh. I love you so goddamn much, you know that? Oh, I hope you know that I appreciate you. My one wish is for you to understand the love that I have for you. You are just the sweetest baby. Fate intervened and brought us together. He really is just the best cat. Oh my God. You have no idea the feeling that I get when I watch cartoons with Gummy. Oh my God. It is the best feeling in the entire world. Oh, that's my baby Gum Gum. I love you so much, Gummy. You're my big, beautiful chongish.
Warms up for 3 reps. And so is it possible that he stopped taking steroids, lost strength, and so when he went to do his warm-up, he could only get 3 reps, but was supposed to get 8 reps, perhaps? And so he was already losing strength. Is it?
I've tried the Hawaiian Punch C4. It's pretty good, but I prefer the blue raspberry and the purple popsicle. Haven't had the Jolly Rancher yet. Hasn't come into Canada yet.
Is it possible that he'd already gone off cycle and couldn't get the full amount of reps that he was supposed to? When we're trying to figure this shit out, we have to think of all possibilities. And so maybe he screwed up the pound-kilogram conversion and grabbed the 70s by accident. Because what are the odds that you would develop a physique like this training like an absolute and utter moron? I'm sorry. Remember, I'm going into this trying to prove that he's natural. All of the workouts that he's doing showing Larry Wheels, it basically showed that he doesn't know how to work out. I mean, he's trying to teach Larry Wheels how to do the tricep press downs, and Larry's thinking, brah, I'm an IFBB pro. I already know how to do it far better than you do. He's isolating his deltoid, doing side laterals against a wall, and just from the demonstrations alone, bro doesn't know how to work out. Oh, did you see the bench press? Let's just drop the entire weight on our chest. I mean, if you didn't know better, you'd think Larry Wheels is literally cursed. What are the odds that this many...
They're talking about veganism on Fish Tank right now. Fish Tank is so terrible. I would have to get paid a lot of fucking money to be willing to do Fish Tank. Like $500,000 or something. Like, I don't know if I could restrain myself. Like, I might just kill everybody. I would be genuinely concerned that I would murder everyone. C4 watermelon and green apple Jolly Ranchers are really good. Surprisingly, the blue raspberry wasn't that great. I like the blue raspberry. Haven't seen the green apple or the watermelon flavor. Only gotten the blue blue raspberry. I think it's supposed to be popsicle flavor. The purple popsicle flavor, the orange, and the Hawaiian Punch. That's the only ones they have at my gas station.
People that have so many accidents while doing the bench press with Larry Wheels. What are the odds of this? But yet he has this incredible natural physique. And so if he built that physique doing everything wrong, what if he had trained properly from the age of 14 to 18? Would he be 220 pounds? Would he have 21.5-inch arms? I mean, how is it possible that bro's natural? But we haven't seen the blood work yet. I asked, will you compete in bodybuilding? His response, yes, 100%. And so if he enters a drug-tested bodybuilding competition, then there's a higher probability that he's natural. And why is that? Because he may be subject to drug testing. And as you know with Hussein, he entered the competition.
I should try to get so jacked naturally that it looks like I'm on steroids, and then enter only non-drug tested bodybuilding competitions to troll people. I might actually already be at that level. I don't know. Right now we're headed... A lot of fucking people are telling me I'm on steroids. When I get a bit leaner, I'm gonna look like really crazy. Look at those lats. Thinking of changing how I do the rear lat pose, because looking through the frames on this, my lats look really, really ultra wide when my arms are down lower. You can also see my rear delts really well too, and the traps. Traps have gotten way fucking bigger recently. I've definitely gotten leaner since last week, noticeably. And especially like around my arms, I can see I lost like fat around here and my delts are more defined. And that vein in my arm's popping out more.
And wasn't drug tested. It's not his fault. He was ready, willing, and able. But if you enter a non-tested bodybuilding competition, there's zero chance you're going to be tested. And so...
There's nothing wrong with my spine on the back of my neck. I just have a bit of a kyphotic spine, so it pokes out a bit more.
What are more likely the odds if somebody's natural? Not saying you can't enter a contest while on steroids in a drug-tested competition. You can. But which one would you bet on if somebody is natural? The person who entered drug-tested bodybuilding competition where they might be subject to drug testing, or the one who has 0% chance of being drug tested? I'm betting on the person who enters the drug-tested competition. And so it's not proof that they're natural, but it certainly helps. I also said, can you show the legs?
Show the legs, bro.
Because after all, I mean, you can have the most exquisite upper body in the world, but what about your legs? And so when we saw Hussein Farhat, did his legs match his upper body? Clearly has the smallest of waist that you will ever see, very wide, broad shoulders, excellent upper body development. Gives him the illusion of being much bigger than he really is, which is why so many of you think that he's a fake natty. But when he shows the legs, he shows they're a lot more average than you would have expected. But what about Julian?
Is there evidence that a keto diet helps with schizoaffective disorders and other mood disorders like depression? Apparently this one Canadian girl called Lauren Kennedy put her schizoaffective depression into permanent remission with the keto diet.
Right now, there's only case reports. I think there's an ongoing trial right now. It's a prospective cohort, I believe. And they're seeing if there's any relation. It wouldn't surprise me. You can... Like, different nutrients are going to affect energy uptake in the brain, and they probably also affect neurotransmitters. So, you know, if certain medications that target neurotransmitters can relieve things like depression or schizoaffective disorder or whatever, I don't see why a diet wouldn't be able to do something similar. So it's possible. It's just that there's only case reports. And as far as it being like an efficacious treatment, if I were to guess, you very likely would have great difficulty or not be able to actually detect a statistically significant difference in a population with, you know, depression or schizoaffective disorder. Reason being is it's probably just so highly individual, like why people have some of these symptoms. So it may help for certain individuals. Not sure if on a population level you'd actually be able to determine if it's efficacious. It would probably be more of a specific type of thing. But yeah, we know for a fact that dietary choices do affect mood and cognitive performance. So it's a fair inference to assume that you may be able to treat or, as an adjunct treatment, help with like certain mental health disorders. Thanks for the donation, though, Salar. Appreciate it.
Perhaps not as gargantuan, not as freakish as his arms, but certainly very good development in the lower half. Calves, not overly developed. And so when some people said he has a myostatin deficiency, which would prevent your muscles from not growing too big, basically what it does, his entire body would be huge if this was the case. And so I highly doubt it. His calves aren't ridiculously massive. His quads are not blown out of proportion. And so I don't think that's the case. But as you see him standing there, great abdominals, great looking physique, in particular the arms, the chest. He could have wider set shoulders to give him that V taper, and quads very thick and full. And so his genetics for bodybuilding, for being the perfect shape bodybuilding, for example, C-Bum, he's never going to look like C-Bum. He doesn't have what I would consider a classic looking physique. He just has the size, especially in the arms. His back is also well developed, but he doesn't have 1 in a million genetics for symmetry, which in bodybuilding, it's almost just as important as the size. And so we have photos of him from 3 years ago. And so look at bro walking in the sand. Perhaps he's on the beach. Age of 15. Arms developed, chest well formed. He has abs and some thickness in the quads. And so even at 15, bro has a lot of muscle. And as Dr. Mike Israetel does, perhaps he's eating cereal here. I cannot tell. He's eating some food. He has the wife beater on, 15 years of age. Bro is jacked. And so isn't it possible that he just has crazy genetics for putting on muscle? That he did it 100% natural? I mean, look at his physique at the age of 15. Or did he just hop on at 14? Is it possible that he just started taking deadlifting 365 pounds? Very good numbers. And so June 2nd, he states, blood work wise, if you don't send the blood work right away, what happens is people are going to say, you just hopped off and you waited for those for $500. I'm a college student and can't afford that. I know it's going to be 100% negative though. Bro is copping out. He initially said, yeah, I'll do the blood work, because he knows if he doesn't, I'm automatically saying he's a fake natty. Automatically. And so I can't afford it. Will you pay for it? Why should I have to pay for it?
Because you're the one asking? Like, he just told you he doesn't have any money. So, like, maybe just pay for it for him?
He's the one trying to prove that he's natural. Bro is sponsored athlete doing those calorie tracking apps, getting thousands of dollars. He's going
Oh, so he does actually have money.
to university. University costs tens of thousands of dollars, and he can't afford a drug test. So he
Yeah, I like girls with muscular calves.
wants me to pay for it. And so do I just accept paying for it? Definitely not. Hey, I'm a commander. I'm going to tell you what I think. I don't care if it's insulting, rude, if people are going to make fun of me for my answer. I tell you what I think. Remember, I'm not lying. When I talk to you, I talk to you from, I don't give a shit. If you don't like me, if you hate me, I'm still going to say it. Why not just use the money that the calorie apps are paying you to do the test? Unless this is a way of backing out of the test. Does that look like I'm scared to
Well, thank you, CDG. Yeah, I think my arms have grown.
tell you what I think? If I think that he's natural or not natural, I'll tell him to his face. I'm not backing down. And so if Hussein wasn't actually natural using performance-enhancing drugs, do you think that I wouldn't have the balls to tell it to him to his face? I would tell him, and I would make a video. I wouldn't need to clickbait it. Hussein Farhat failed the blood work. The video would get 1 million views. And so, oh, that would be bad for your company. How would it? I outed him. You'd all like me that much more. Oh, kindly, Coach Greg said what we've been waiting for. We knew it all along. Problem is he passed the test. That money's going to my college. Could you do a urine PED test instead? It's a lot more affordable. I can pay that one. It's $200. And so he wants to get out of doing blood work tests to save $300 because he's going to university. I mean, did he watch the Catabolic Twigs video? If there's anything you should learn in university, it's how to make money when you know it's a sure thing. If you're a positive, he's natural, you find a way to get the $1,000. You borrow the money from your parents and you pay them back 10x their money because you know you're going to get $100,000. And so Anabolic Twig, he doesn't know it. He just posted that because it's what the haters want to hear. Do you know how easy it is to shit on someone when you know that people want to hear you shit on someone? It's very easy. Imagine this. You approach a situation, you see one person being made fun of. all of the entirety of the group, all 10, are laughing at that person, pointing, staring, and so on. How hard would it be to join in and start doing the same? Ah, he's 5'4". Oh, he said he was 5'8". He's 5'4". Look at this short little piece of shit. Oh, he's a liar, he's an asshole. Do you know how much harder it is to walk in and say, stop picking on him, everyone? Stop it. What are you doing? This isn't how you treat someone. And you try to protect that one person against 10. Way harder. And so when you're saying a person's natural, of which no one actually believes, do you know how easy it is to join in and say, oh, also, he's a fake natty, he's a fake natty, he's a fake natty. Every video, he's a fake natty. Even the people who think he's not a fake natty, they're scared to join in. Why? Because they will get mocked, they will get ridiculed. Every comment in their feed will be 1 in a million. And so they...
Dude, I've been uploading the daily vlogs showing what I eat. Protein powder and tofu. It's basically all I'm eating. Meal number 1, protein powder. Meal number 2, tofu. And I have a head of lettuce with it.
Don't dare. But I don't give a shit. I will continue. Hopefully you understand this mob mentality. It's cool to shit on this person right now, and so let's all do it. This happens to me all the time. It's cool to make fun of Coach Greg. Coach Greg is a snake oil salesman, even though he's proven multiple times that Ajuga turkistanica is above and beyond absolute.
There we go. There's the turkesterone ad. How many calories, though? Is it 1,500 or 2,000? I think right now it's around 1,500. Maybe like 1,700 at most, but pretty sure it's 1,500.
With certainty exactly what this is. That the turkesterone greatly exceeds label claim. Girl of mine, on the other hand, it's been proven that it's fake. Proven. Not maybe. Not just once, multiple times, with chain of custody. And so, where's the lawsuit? Why am I not being sued? I mean, I've called him out. He hasn't responded. And why do you think that is? I would win in court. And so if you want to be scammed and fooled by other companies, be my guest. But if you want actual Ajuga turkistanica, and does it look like I'm scared? Do I look like I'm lying?
I'm not exactly sure what my daily salt intake is. I take electrolytes before I train, and when I don't, I end up getting really bad cramps. Doesn't normally happen, but when I'm dieting, that tends to happen, especially when my calories are so low. If I had to guess between the electrolyte supplements and like the only other source of salt in my diet is the Korean barbecue sauce, it's probably around 2,000. Like around there.
Lying to you.
Fuck.
Do I look like I'm trying to pull a fast one? There's a money-back guarantee and a $20 gift card. This is exactly what it states it will be. And oh yes, it's way better than creatine. And how do I know? Because I'm literally...
Lately, I've been ordering protein powder on Amazon because that's the cheapest source. What is it? Lean Fit organic plant-based protein. It's organic, but whatever. I don't know why, but a lot of vegan protein powders advertise as organic, even though I'd prefer them not to be. That's the cheapest one I've been able to find. You can get 1.5 kilo bags of it for 60 Canadian dollars, which is like almost 3 times what you'd get from the store. And it's pea-based. Dodo donated $2. Israeli intelligence. Iran may have evacuated enriched uranium before U.S. strikes on nuclear sites. Great. So Taco took too long to make a decision, and they may still have the highly enriched uranium. What a fucking idiot. I can't stand Trump. Well, we'll get him eventually, Dodo. It all works out in the end. Thanks for the donation, dude. Kid Boo donate $2. This is how long it took someone to catch up to One Piece watching the anime. Two years. There's just no fucking way I could watch that anime. Maybe if I'm like old and retired or I win the lottery or something and then I just, rather than streaming, I just chill in bed watching stuff. Like, that's the only way I'd have the time to fucking watch that. Thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo.
Literally using it. I've tried creatine. When I surveyed over 100,000 people if they noticed creatine, 50% said they noticed nada, nothing. But yet everyone agrees it's the best supplement in the world. It's because they hadn't tested.
That's not true. You can look at reviews on his website with people saying it did nothing.
Coach Greg's Ajuga Turkistatica, enough. If you want a company you can trust, HTLT Supplements goes above and beyond, and we have the receipts. Interested? Code Greg, 15% off. And so he says, or would you rather I just save up for a blood one? It'll take a minute though, probably a month or two. Now, what do you think? I mean, you guys know me by now. What do you think I'm going to respond with? Oh yeah, that's fine, no problem. Don't worry about it. Take your time. A couple months is cool. You know, you got to save up to get those $300. You know, you're only getting thousands of dollars from those apps, those photo apps, so you can track calories and so on. And so just take your time. How suspicious is this? Remember, I'm still trying to prove that he's natural. I then believe you're a fake daddy. Sorry. Without the blood work, no way do I believe he's natural. Imagine when Hussein offered the $100,000 challenge and somebody actually challenged him. Hey, it's right here, go. No, I'm not going. Bro would have to pay the $100,000 because that would be proof that he's a fake natty. Or else, why wouldn't he do the test? What is he afraid of? And so this looks really bad. And so his response, I'll ask my mom if she could help me buy one. How much time do I have then to get the money for a test for it to be accurate? Because I'm not even on a cycle. I have no idea. Of course he has no idea. The average person has zero clue. Anavar stays in your system for 3, perhaps 4 weeks. But if you stop 5 weeks out, there's no way you'll fail the test. Oh, test suspension, it's in and out very quickly. A matter of days, you probably can pass the drug test. Blood work's different. Once you've suppressed your natural production of testosterone by taking exogenous testosterone, tren, and so on, your body, your balls, they go on vacation. Now, I'm not going to say, Julian, send me a picture of your balls. What did he say? If your ball sack is shriveled up, perhaps the size of grapes, some people claim raisins, it's not gonna be that small, but if they're significant, then even a drug test. And so I said, look, I already know what people are gonna say. If I say
Kid Beard and Tellers, if you ever decide to get into One Piece, don't watch the anime. The pacing is slow as fuck. The manga is way better. It took me like 2 months to read all of it. Well, yeah, the anime would just be stupid. I'd just read. Thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo.
Say that you're natural, people are going to say that I'm covering for you because that's what they said with Hussein, even though I'm giving my impartial, honest, 100% accurate feedback and information. I have no skin in the game either way. And so I'm going to call it out exactly as I see it. Same for Hussein. When I tested Hussein, he wasn't part of the company. When I popped up at Montreal and said, will you take the blood work? He said yes, immediately. And that's when I thought, oh man, maybe this guy's actually natural. Until that point, I thought, fake natty. Just like everyone else. Of course he looks like a fake natty. So if I'm a betting man, I'm betting he's fake. But the blood work, that got me sweating. And then he passed. And then he offered up all that money if he ever failed again. Anytime. I could test him anytime. I'll give you $50,000, $100,000, anytime. And so I'm thinking, he knows that I'll know because I explained it to him. You're perhaps starting to understand right now. And so do you think that Julian thinks now that he can actually get blood work done if he's a fake natty and pass? Or do you think he's shaking and trembling in his boots? And so I say, if you don't do it, you have every right to say no and say you're too broke. Because I'm thinking, these guys are going to say, oh, but he wanted you to pay for it. You're the billionaire, so why don't you pay for it? I mean, millionaire. I don't have a billion yet. And so he says, I understand, it's no problem. Again, I'm still waiting to get paid, so I'm not sure when I'll be able to purchase the test. So I'm thinking, bro is a fake natty. I mean, I'm telling you my mindset time. When I started this venture, I thought natural, and as it was starting to go along, I'm thinking fake natty. And so I'm really needing these tests. Now, if months were to go by, I would have said, hey, you just hopped off and you gave yourself enough time to pass the blood work. And so I said, yes, you need the blood work with as many of the values I sent as possible. Again, I'm trying to prove you're natty as I want to believe you, but not getting blood work is a huge factor. With that, I'd have to bet you're not natty. I just asked my family and they said I could get one. I have an appointment today at 3:15, and so I'm thinking, yes, bro is going to get the blood work. I thought he was dodging me. He asked his parents, hey, can you give me the extra $300? It's really important. My future depends on it. Coach Greg is going to say I'm natural or not based on the blood work. Mom, Dad, I'm trying to prove that I'm natural, that you could always believe in me. And remember, it's a big deal. If I say that he's natural, not everyone's going to believe it, of course they're not, but if I say he's natural, a lot of people are going to believe it. And if I say he's not natural, a lot of people are going to say he's not natural. And so I wrote, you have to think about the future and that being with 1 million followers and the more people that watch you, the more companies are going to be willing to pay you. For example, are you sponsored by a supplement company right now? And so who knows? If he passes the blood work, is it possible that I would sponsor him to be a part of HCLT supplements? I mean, is this foreshadowing? He's going to be declared natural and he's going to be part of HCLT supplements? Is that what Coach Greg is saying? And so he's saying, wait, don't I need to fast? Never mind, I haven't eaten anything all day, I'm good. He answers his own question. And so clearly he's going in to get his blood work. He's asking about being fasted, if it's important. He's trying to do everything correct. And so I'm starting to believe him again. On Monday, June 2nd, he says, hey, Greg, it's Gress. Hey, Gress, can I call quick? I'm at the doctor's office. She wants to make sure the test goes over everything that you're looking for. This happened while I was recording a video. I'm not even going to lie. I was recording a video and I'm reading the message and he's calling and I'm like, I got to answer this during a video. And so I'm not making this shit up. I was in Miami at the time.
I'll be able to get an order in and get a test in on Wednesday.
Okay. Yeah. Wednesday's good.
Yeah. I know this is a time sensitive thing.
So, you don't use salt? Why?
Well, I do salt some of my food. Like potatoes, I put salt on them. But I usually don't use salt because, like, I usually put sauce on stuff. So, yeah, anything that's like plain and doesn't have seasoning that you'd normally put salt and pepper on, like potatoes, I do that, but otherwise, like I usually put sauce on stuff, so there's sodium added to it. Thanks for the donation, though, Sweet Dreams.
But there's only so much I can do, so Wednesday is probably the day I have to get it done, and I can.
We're already Monday. That's not far off. That's only like 2 days. Although the conversation isn't recorded where I'm talking to the doctor's on the phone with me and I'm saying, look, I'm trying to prove that this guy's natural. You need to test this.
Sengoku Donnie tells you should read One Punch Man manga. Has the best art style you'd ever see. I've been meaning to read the One Punch Man manga. So yeah, I do want to do that. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
Hey VG, wanted to ask your opinion. Research shows linkage between animal cruelty and human abuse, a red flag. But then there are also examples of humans being passionate towards animals while cruel to humans. Do you know of an explanation?
Yeah, people who are cruel to animals are generally just shitty people. That just shows you they have a desire to cause harm and they get pleasure from causing harm, and that's going to extend to not only animals, it's also people. The only reason they're doing it to animals or animals first is because that's the only power they have. They can't really get away with it doing it with a human, or they may be practicing for when they do it with a human. People who are compassionate to animals but cruel to humans, they probably don't have that sort of what would I call it? Sadistic tendency. So they don't derive pleasure from someone's pain. They may be cruel to humans for a variety of reasons. It might be ideology. They like animals, hate people. They're just misanthropes. Could be due to like weird dysfunctional habitat they grew up in. Could have something to do with them having a certain temperament or personality disorder, and just because humans interact with humans differently than they do with animals, they might just exhibit certain behaviors when they interact with people, but not animals. Thanks for the donation though, Mola. Hope that helps.
Local black man kills entire country over gluten flour.
Well, if you're gonna use it to make fried vegan chicken, that would be worth it. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification.
Today we are making some vegan fried chicken using seitan, and these are so dang easy, delicious, and crunchy. And I even have a few tips for frying that should make it even easier and crunchier, so let's get it going. Now this seitan is going to start off with some vital wheat gluten naturally. We'll also be using an entire can of chickpeas, and it's worth noting that this recipe was inspired by my friend Lacey over at Avocados and Ales, link in description for her world famous recipe. So let's dump an entire can of chickpeas and the aquafaba juice into a bowl. Then of course by law we'll add in 2 tablespoons of nutritional yeast, aka nooch, 2 tablespoons of mushroom seasoning. If you can't find this, just use more nooch. And then 1 tablespoon of vegan chicken powder. Again, if you can't find this, don't worry about it. 1 teaspoon of garlic and onion powder, half a teaspoon of liquid smoke, 1 tablespoon of apple cider vinegar, and then 2 sloppy tablespoons of a neutral oil. And now in another bowl.
That was actually a very good explanation. Thanks.
Alright, well glad I could help. Thanks again for the donation, Mola. Do you still talk to people from your school? No, I haven't talked to any of them in a long time.
Zeus, look at me. Come on, don't be shy. Look at me. Why not?
Oh.
Are you embarrassed? Come on, buddy. Okay.
Oh. Oh.
Good thing we got this net to keep you out of there. Do not.
His cat is a real perfectionist. Carefully calculated all the factors.
Riley, do better.
Those are nice cats.
Bowl, we're going to get 180 grams of our vital wheat gluten. And now we're going to blend up everything but the vital wheat gluten in a food processor. And once it's smooth after a minute or two, add in the vital wheat gluten. And then we're going to want to blend this for a few minutes as well. And here's the texture after a minute or so. And if you're like me and the dough ball feels a bit soft and wet, add in some more vital wheat gluten. So I'm going to do 2 more tablespoons. And then just keep blending. And if your food processor sounds or smells like it's having a hard time, then you might need to split the dough in half and do it in 2 sessions. But either way, you just want to blend this up until you have something that looks like this. You really want to see those strands of gluten. That's what's going to give us that meaty texture. Make sure you don't over knead it either. You want to find that Goldilocks zone, usually between 5 to 8 minutes. And once your seitan loaf is looking good, let it rest for about 15 to 20 minutes. And now you can seam this as one big loaf and shred it. That's what Lacey does in her recipe. But since we're making sandwiches, I'm going to break off some pieces that weigh around 125 grams each. And then I'm going to roll them into fillets like so. And try to get these as thin as possible. One thing I don't like is biting into a thick old piece of fried seitan. I want maximum crunch, so the thinner the better. And I got 6 fillets from this batch, and make sure to keep a couple of little pieces like this. They will come in handy later. I'm going to show you a nice little trick. Next, we need to wrap these guys up in some foil. You can wrap them first in parchment paper, or you can even use cheesecloth, I believe. You just want to wrap them tight so they don't expand too much and become spongy. And once all your seitan fillets are wrapped, we're going to get an Instant Pot and add a steamer tray, and then some water, of course, and we're just going to steam these on high pressure for 1 hour and 20 minutes. You can steam this on the stovetop, but the Instant Pot will give you a slightly better texture in my experience. And 1 hour and 20 minutes later, do a quick release. Make sure you do the seitan dance to get the best possible texture as well. And then once the Instant Pot is done letting off some steam, take out the fillets and let them cool down. And once they're okay to handle, unwrap them, and that's what they should look like, something like that. And now we just need to make a vegan buttermilk marinade. So let's get 2 cups of unsweetened plant milk, 2 tablespoons of dill pickle brine.
I'm not a big of enough wrestling fan to really follow wrestling, but sometimes I watch clips of matches. I do like watching Rhea Ripley because she's hot and has a nice butt, but don't usually watch wrestling.
2 tablespoons of your favorite hot sauce, and then 2 tablespoons of apple cider vinegar. And then I'm just going to use this to season it, but use whatever you like. I think I probably added about 1 tablespoon's worth or so. And then whisk that up, and then add that to a container with your seitan chicken fillets and let that marinate for at least 4 hours, but overnight is best. The next day, we'll take out our fillets, and then we'll use that leftover marinade for our dredging station. And now something you can do if your marinade is thin is just add a little flour to thicken it up. This little trick will really help with a nice crunchy breading. I'm just going to add a couple tablespoons and whisk it in. So let's put together our dry dredge now, and this is quite simple. We're just going to use equal parts flour and cornstarch. I'm going to do a cup of each. And another important ingredient is baking powder. This is going to use science to make your breading super craggly and amazing. So don't skip it. So we're going to do 2 tablespoons of that. And now for seasoning, do whatever you like, but I've been digging this Creole seasoning by Tony Chicheri, or however you say it. So 2 tablespoons of that as well. Black pepper, and now mix that up. And now let's get some neutral flavored oil with a high smoke point like peanut, vegetable, or canola, and add that to a pan. And make sure you don't go over halfway. And normally I would use something with taller walls, but this is better for filming. And we're going to heat that up to 375 degrees Fahrenheit or 190 degrees Celsius. To coat and dredge our vegan chicken, simply take it and first dump it in the flour and really make sure you coat it thoroughly and really pat it into the fillet. Shake off the excess, and you can fry it like this, or you can double dredge it. So back into the wet, let the excess drip off, and then back into the dry for a double thick batter. Now remember those little nuggets I had you make earlier? Go ahead and dredge and fry those. This way you can see if the seasoning needs any adjusting.
I don't know if 3,000 milligrams of salt is too much for you, dude. Maybe it is. Maybe reduce your salt intake. See if you sweat
perfect,
less.
so I added in the big fillet, and you just want to fry these for about 4 to 5 minutes or until nicely browned. If you're going to flip them, do so carefully using another utensil so you don't splash hot oil everywhere and burn yourself. That's not fun. And once the chicken is looking good, let it rest on a wire rack so it doesn't steam itself and get soggy. And yes, you can air fry this if you wanted to. I'll leave instructions in the blog post. And now all we got to do is plate up a sandwich. For sauces, I'm going to try out this new Nashville hot sauce by Frank's that I found. I'm also going to throw together a dill mayo sauce by getting some vegan mayo, adding a bit of some dill pickle brine, and then more of that garlic seasoning. And I got to say, for slapping this together, it was super dang good. Like, I could drink it. That's how delicious it was. So we're going to get a toasted bun, some of that delicious dill mayo, some drippy drips, of course, and then some dill pickles, our vegan fried chicken, and then a nice drizzle of that Nashville hot sauce, and then the top bun. And I gotta say, that first bite, man, that was so dang good. I'll admit the breading does the heavy lifting, but that's not a bad thing in my book. The seitan is good, of course. It has a great chew and a savory, chicken-like taste, but that breading really is the star of the show, which is how I...
Man, I love seitan. Seitan fried chicken. Just god tier.
This, I'm listing it all out. In stone. No hesitation. This is what I need. No, urine test is not going to be enough. I need blood work. I need everything. She understood. And so he writes, just got my blood drawn today. I'll send the results when they come in. This is June 3rd. I've been waiting for the blood work in order to do the video because after all, this is...
Hi VG. I was wondering, Can microdosing with shrooms every day cause someone to behave differently? Or doing weed every day? My brother, 31, has been microdosing shrooms and vaping his weed pen almost daily the past year and is like a different person now.
Yes. I don't know what you mean by different person. If he's showing signs of like paranoia and delusions, then he's probably getting whatchamacall, weed or psychedelic induced psychosis. If he's just acting different, like a bit of a dick or something when he wouldn't normally and shit, that could be from a number of reasons. Could be a direct effect of the drug. It could be from the addiction and other personal problems in his life, you know. But, microdosing shrooms isn't going to cause you to have like big personality changes or anything. If you mean just acting differently, then it's probably a result of different weird social factors like drug addiction, other personal problems he has. But if it's like delusional paranoia type stuff, then I'd think drug-induced psychosis. Thanks for the donation, though. Help me, VG.
Is the most important piece of the puzzle. If he passes the blood work, I have to say he's natural, but if he fails, he fails. A week goes by, 7 days. Hey, Greg, this is Julian. I don't know why the results are taking so long to come in, but I'm going to follow up with the doctor's office today. I go to a town doctor's office and they said the third party they used for the results is someone called TPO Labs. And so I'm anxiously awaiting the results. Now, normally blood work takes maybe 5 days at most. It's already been 7 days, but hey, you got to give them the benefit of the doubt. It's taking them a couple extra days to get it sorted. June 12th, 2 more days. It's now 9 days after the blood work. Hey, Greg, it's been entirely too long for the results. It's a very simple process. I'm not sure why I haven't received anything yet, so I'm going to go to Quest and take another test ASAP so we can get the results and move forward. What do you think I'm thinking when this happens? Like, put yourself in my shoes. And so the original blood work that he paid $500 for, they just lost it somehow. It just didn't take place. They ripped him off. The doctors scammed him somehow. What are the odds of this? I mean, is it anywhere close to 1 in a million that this would happen on this individual at this time? I'm still thinking, okay, we'll get the test done now. We'll do it again. And it's only been 9 days after. And so it's likely he's still going to fail if he was actually on steroids and so on. And so I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. But I already know that the viewers are going to say, oh, but he probably just did the blood work. It came back. He looked at it and was like, oh, shit, it's going to show that I'm a fake natty. And so I got to do the blood work again and give him the next results and hope that it's cleared in time to pass the test. That's what people are going to say. I know my people. I go to a town medical center and got the vibe before that they were unfamiliar with what they were doing. Not sure if you caught onto that as well, so I'm not entirely surprised. I'll probably have to do another one. What are the odds that you go to a doctor's office and they don't know how to take your blood? That they don't know how to check off tests after talking on the phone with me? Is it possible that he just handed me the phone to his friend? Hey, they said the other results are still pending. He got the results. I mean, thank God. Will he be vindicated? You know, when the results for Turk Builder Max came in, we were vindicated. Remember, Nootropics Depot tested it. Remember, Gorilla had 0.36 milligrams? 0.36. It was supposed to be like 50, 0.36.
I don't know if Sean Baker said his content. I know he said his content is for entertainment. Not sure if he ever said he doesn't endorse the carnivore diet. That doesn't sound like something he'd say.
We had over 14, another time I had over 16, and label claims to 10, and it's way above that. And so in one of Coach Greg's pills, it was more than the entire bottle of our leading competition. What are the odds that it was just a fluke, that we just passed and It wasn't legit. Maybe 1 in a million? I mean, and we passed every single test on every single batch. People, oh, you only showed the first batch. You probably sell cyanosis from China like the other guys. Nope. We have lab work proving it's a Juga turkistanica, and it greatly exceeds label claim every single time. Every single batch, go to the website. I mean, guys, it's as if you think I'm just some scammer. You don't think I know exactly what I'm doing? And sneak preview, we got some Raponticum from Russia. Think the double R's. A Juga turkistanica with turkesterone from Uzbekistan and Raponticum from Russia. It's very, very rare. And you know what we did? We put multiple ingredients, rare ones, and even more expensive than the Juga. This is how good this ecdysteroid actually is. We combined them and created the best muscle building substance on the planet. Well, natty, of course. And I've been going platinum. It's incredible that perhaps I'll enter a bodybuilding competition. Who knows? Maybe what was he negative for? Amphetamines, methamphetamines, MDMA. That doesn't prove that.
Regarding my brother, he doesn't have paranoia as far as I'm aware. We do have a family history of schizo. He is changing his career, his style. He used to be a homebody and now parties every weekend. He is also ending his 10-year relationship.
Sounds like he's doing more drugs than he's letting on. That's what it sounds like to me. So, yeah, with those sorts of changes, I don't think he's just microdosing this or that. He's probably taking more drugs than he's admitting to. But thanks for the donation, help me, VG.
Can you even recognize yourself from a year ago? You were literally so fat and puffy and bloated. I almost can't recognize you. If you would call Eddie Hall fat, then you sure as hell were fat back when you were so-called bulking. Acknowledge it.
Yes, I was fat. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
You're natural. It proves that perhaps you don't have chlamydia and you're not togi.
This is a problem. This is a massive problem.
But wait, that is page 1. And there's hope. It's just page 1. You guys thought that he was going to just be, oh, Coach Greg said he's a fake daddy? That's page 1. Anabolic steroids. Are you ready? Are you excited? The results. Pending. It's been over 2 weeks now, and the results of the blood work, the drug testing, he didn't use he didn't have any amphetamines, and he wasn't sniffing creatine, and the PEDs, the steroids, are pending. And I got no blood work. Would you still advise I go to Quest, or should I wait for the other results? They said the other 2 results may come in on Tuesday. Guess what? It's past Tuesday. It's Thursday. And so it was going to come in on Tuesday. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I've been waiting to do this video. I wanted to do a natty or not for weeks. It was trending a couple weeks ago. I have to give them the benefit of the doubt. I want to make sure I do a proper natty or not. I don't want people to say, oh, you just covered from like Hussein. I want to have proof. This is not blood work, just a drug test, really. So you would not prove anything with this. His response, the one that went through that I just sent you is a urine test. This is the blood work that is still pending. I took both a blood and urine test. He got the result that he's not on recreational drugs. Well, that's great. I'm proud of you. I'm glad you're a teenager and you're not on recreational drugs. But just because you don't do rec drugs doesn't mean you don't do performance enhancing drugs. He sent a photo of blood work, but it doesn't say Julian anywhere. It doesn't show.
Whale couple. You were a fatty who could lift heavy things. Will you ever bulk like that again and gain that much weight? Do you have excess skin from losing so much weight? You literally looked like your pantry was full of Entenmann's cookies and cupcake.
No, I don't think I'll ever bulk like that again, and no, I don't have loose skin. You can literally look at the videos I've uploaded where I'm shirtless. I don't have loose skin. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Show him getting the blood work done. It's just a photo. It could have been his friend that went into the hospital at any time and say, hey, Here's a photo, I took it. That proves nothing. It doesn't even prove that he actually did the test. I just called them today. What's crazy is you're probably going to get my detailed $600 blood test faster than the other one. I'm not using them again. I think I should be getting the results of the most recent one fairly soon. It only takes about a week, I'm pretty sure. Still no results. And so I said, you know what? I've seen enough. I'm going to record the video. He's still waiting for these results, but was I supposed to wait until he's 47 years old and then at that point say, oh, I fooled you. I was a fake natty after all. I believe that most of you probably believe and think like me. And so in conclusion, I believe that Julian is not doing recreational drugs. I believe that there's too many coincidences here, that if he actually had gone to any normal lab, he would have gotten the results. I mean, what are the odds? Why would you even test for sniffing creatine and so on? That was...
I might go for a 500-pound bench. I'm gonna have to see how my tendons hold up. And I might still do steroids too, or, you know, at least growth hormone. Growth hormone might help with the injury prevention and tendon strength needed to bench 500, so I might do that if I'm motivated enough to bench 500. But yeah, I probably will try to get back up to 410 bench, just at lower body fat.
Irrelevant. I didn't need that, and that's the only results that I got. The anabolic steroids, pending. For weeks. Like, what are the odds of that? It's been pending. Julian, I'm sorry. I wanted to do a video to prove that you're natural. And what ended up happening... And breaking news, just when you think the case is closed, the blood work shows up. Why has the date been changed on the blood work? AST elevated, ALT elevated, liver enzymes, hematocrit elevated. The physician names are different on both sets of blood work. The Menser Index.
Not the Menser Index.
The Menser Index, guys. This is very telling. Thalassemia trait. Hallmark feature. Thalassemia, guys. Can you?
Seriously? Like, that's his blood work? Yeah. If he has polycythemia, dude, that's a done deal.
Catch thalassemia from interrelations with other people when you pointing.
Oh, thalassemia.
Can't catch thalassemia.
Yeah, can't.
Wait, I think he's pronouncing it wrong.
It's a genetic disorder.
Yeah, you can't quite catch that.
But you can catch chlamydia.
You can.
You can catch the chlamydia.
It doesn't come as a package though. Like, it's not thalassemia.
I don't know. Everyone that I know who has thalassemia also likely has chlamydia.
Yeah.
It goes hand to hand. Not chlamydia have thalassemia, but the other way around.
Yeah, maybe it's
I only know of one and now two thalassemia trait individuals, both of which just happen to be famous in the social media fitness industry.
21st, 20 tillers, would you get depressed again if you gain that much weight? Probably not. Would it make you depressed? Probably not. Would you rather be fat or live with Jasmine? I'd rather be fat. Pick one and no cop-outs. Answer the question, cunt. Yeah, I'd rather be fat. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
It's just insane. All right, so guys, if you want to see the full deep dive, I'm going to be recording this video in about an hour, and so be prepared for part 2.
grab the popcorn.
Damn. Gotta wait for part 2, bruh. Bucks. So that's what they do.
You weren't always in pain.
No,
when did
no.
the pain really start needing to be medicated?
You know, when I think the two components that came together are...
No, I don't think I'd have to bulk that much to get to 500 on bench.
The expectation, right, that I'm supposed to perform at this level regardless. And then the training to perform at that level. And when those two came together, it just created a storm where I'm like, I don't have time. What's a shortcut? Well, I can mask the pain. I can take some opiates. It's going to mask it. It's allow me to get in the gym, allow me to train, allow me to maintain this expectation that I have of myself and then the Japanese have of me to compete at this level. Like, I didn't have to walk around with a sword and shield because I knew what I was, right? So this tough guy mentality, when I get in it, it's like, I'm just going to push ahead. I'm going to do that. And it's kind of stupid.
Yeah, I'm a Dragon Ball fan. Oh.
Don't let its cute and sad little face fool you. This chubby
It's a little chubby potato tiger. I want him.
tiger cub is the outcast of the zoo's tiger crew, all because of its massive appetite. While the other tiger cubs play in pairs, this little chunky one just sits there all alone, looking like the
Oh, I want the chunky tiger.
saddest cub in the world. Honestly, if you didn't know better, you'd think the other cubs were bullying it. The
Aw.
truth is, this chubby cub has been a big eater since it was little. Mealtimes, it's a one-cub show. No other tiger can keep up. It eats so much that it's grown way bigger than its peers. And sometimes it even snatches food from the other cubs, which explains how it got so adorably round. But that's also why the others don't want to hang out with it anymore. Now, this little outcast spends its day
Oh, chubby little lonely tiger. I'll take him. I'll feed him all the vegan cat food he wants. Let's see the comments. A lot of people want Greg to make a natty or not on me. All juice, no hairline, nothing to see here. Pathetic. Mostly positive. Bruh, get a tan. I don't think I look pale in any of these videos. Like I'm kind of default tanned. Thank you for that 9014. Appreciate the donation, dude. Yeah, I don't think I look pale. Some idiot Spherge fan was telling me to eat raw meat. I don't know why, but Spherge fans have been commenting on my shit lately.
Folks, it's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to another Short War video, and today we have very big news coming out of the Middle East. Today we've gotten word that Iran's parliament has approved the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and we await a final decision from Iran's National Security Council. Meanwhile, despite major airstrikes by the United States, it appears the Fordo nuclear site is not completely destroyed, and the Iranians might have evacuated the enriched uranium before the strikes even took place. We also have major news of a major Iranian attack on Israel this morning, and major counterattacks by the Israelis on a major Iranian airport. And finally, we have have news that the Iranian proxy forces are likely preparing to retaliate on U.S. bases in the Middle East and in the domestic 50 states. So we have very big news today, and let's jump right into it in our first post here, which goes to FITUX Network. And this right here is probably our biggest story of the day. We are getting word from Al Arabia and Reuters that the Iranian parliament has approved the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and the final decision rests with the national security authorities. Now, this is a very big deal right here because, of course, closing the Strait of Hormuz, that would be a very aggressive action against the United States and the West, and would clearly target Western vessels trying to transit through the strait. So this is a very big one, and Iran had threatened this previously, and it looks like it has been approved by the Iranian parliament, and right now a final decision is currently being awaited from the national security authorities. So it appears to be probably likely that this will be approved by Iran's national security authorities, and if it is approved, that is going to be the new aggression that the United States is going to be dealing with by the Iranians in the midst of everything else. So a very big story right there, and we will be watching that one very closely. But moving into our next post here, this one goes to FITUX News. And in the meantime, while we're hearing about the news about the Strait of Hormuz, we're also getting some damage reports about the Fordow nuclear site, and today we've heard from the Israeli military sources that in their initial analysis, they believe the Fordow nuclear facility has sustained serious damage from the U.S. strike, but that it's not been completely destroyed despite reports to the contrary, according to 2 Israeli officials being reported by the New York Times. Now, this is a big one right here, as we actually watched yesterday on our stream live the statements from the United States president claiming the facility was wiped out completely and basically wiped off the menu. So today we are hearing from the Israelis that apparently that is not the case, at least in their assessment, and it appears to be that while the facility was seriously damaged, it is not completely destroyed according to the Israelis. So that's going to cause a bit of an issue here, because the objective was to wipe out Fordow, to make sure there was no remnant of it left, so that way the Iranians couldn't fix it, rebuild it, and also start using it once again. Maybe they're just going to abandon the plans to destroy Fordow altogether. It's not really clear right now, but apparently it's not destroyed, so it's kind of bad news on that front. But moving on to our next post here, this one goes to John Pollock. And this right here might be the smoking gun at the Fordow nuclear facility, because it seems like the Iranians might have gotten tipped off somehow through their intelligence or maybe an inside source about these upcoming attacks on the Fordow nuclear facility. Because right here we can see that in this post from John Pollock, there's apparently some Maxar satellite images showing a possible increase in logistics at Fordow. About 16 trucks were gathered on the 19th through the 20th of June, which is just a couple of days ago, and we also saw in these photos heavy machinery near the entrance to the main facility. So this is a bad sign. This indicates that somehow Iran knew this was coming, and they somehow evacuated some of the enriched uranium out of this facility based on these images we're seeing right here. So taking a look here at our first image, you can see there appears to be vehicles lined up in the road here right next to the Fordow facility, and it looks like there's maybe some heavy equipment, maybe dump trucks perhaps, that are out here on this road near the entrance to the facility itself. So that's not very good. And moving on to our next post here, you can see there are some of the entrances to the Fordow facility, and there's also some trucks out here that are also on the road that we can see in this image right here. And moving on to our last and third image, you can see that there's a lot of more trucks right there lined up to the entrance, and it looks like they were trying to get out some material of some sort, and considering that enriched uranium was being stored here, and that was right now the initial assessment is that
they probably got the uranium out of there. I don't know why Trump delayed. What an idiot.
They mostly got it out. So with that, moving on to our next post here, this one goes to FITUX News once again, and we do have confirmation from Israeli officials about the worst case scenario. And we can see right here in the post from FITUX that the Israeli officials also said it appeared that Iran did indeed move equipment, including uranium, from the site. So that is confirmation of the worst, considering the fact that the uranium is now 3, and there's another 3 down here at the bottom. These are the MOP entrance holes, the major munitions that were dropped by the B-2 stealth bombers on this facility. You can see there is the damage from them on each side of the entrances here. So we were told that the B-2s were actually targeting the very sensitive areas of this facility, mainly the ventilation shafts and things like that, which were weak points of this facility, so that way it could destroy it underneath, and apparently that was what was hit. It was the entrances to this facility that were struck mainly using these MOP munitions. So a very big hit, and we can see that here from the satellite footage. But moving on to our next post, this one goes to Michael A. Horowitz. And real quick, just to recap what facilities were hit last night, it was the Natanz facility, the Isfahan facility, and the Fordow facility. We just got done looking from it. It looks like the top of the facility has been basically erased, and you see here one large hole in the middle according to their Civil Service Bureau. Also, local media report that Bahrain set up at least 33 shelters to be able to house people in case. And today we've seen a major attack on Iran's Bushehr airport, which was attacked with Israeli airstrikes, and we have seen here on video apparently some footage of it. So let's take a look. And right there, you see there's the Bushehr airport, which clearly just went up in a humongous plume of smoke and fire right there on camera. That is from Israeli airstrikes that we're seeing on that location. So it looks like the Bushehr airport, which is very close to the Bushehr nuclear power plant, has been gone up in smoke at this point. Watch as well. But jumping into signature orange smoke over there on the left, that does indicate a rocket propellant of some sort that this morning. And once again, this is some bad footage right here, and it looks like there were several confirmed impacts around Tel Aviv and in Israel. So let's take a look at the damage and see just how bad everywhere. So a very bad hit in Tel Aviv right here that we did see on camera. But the Iranians do probably have people here. We have been notified by Homeland Security that the risk is rising.
All right.
Are you still zooted? Cat or dog? You can choose only one. Bye-bye, Gummy. Dogs rule.
I am still zooted, and I would always choose Gummy. Let me see.
His underboss regularly sends mafia men to make...
Yeah, this wasn't a great video. It was boring.
That says ICE cannot deport U.S. citizens is batshit crazy. This should not even be a discussion. It is not even a question. U.S. citizens cannot be deported by ICE. It's the law, it's the Constitution. I will be astounded if Republicans vote no on this.
A few moments later.
Stunned that I have to tell you this. Republicans just voted, every single one of them, to allow Donald Trump to deport U.S. citizens.
They just voted to give Trump the ability, legally, to give him the ability to deport U.S. citizens.
Yeah, that's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Sites you should know, part 334. Did you know if you go to this website and select the type of workout equipment you have, let's go with body weight, dumbbell, barbell. You can then select which muscles you want to work out. Let's go with shoulders, back, and legs.
Muscles? What muscles you want to work out? Who the fuck says muscles? Is that the first time you ever read that word?
It'll then generate this workout plan you can customize by moving around, shuffle for a new exercise, and if you don't know how to do one, just click on it, and it'll give you this video with tips on how to do it. And you can even time your routine and keep track of your reps and sets. Easy. Powerful web.
Okay.
Go ahead and use a debit card to remove this latch right here. What it does, it just pushes it right onto the left so you don't have to get a key for it. And as you can see right over here, we have ourselves a little triangle shaped key. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make our own key using a flathead and a Phillips screwdriver. And what you do is you place the flathead right onto the bottom, and then we're gonna place the Phillips right on top. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna use that momentum, and we're gonna slowly start unscrewing this. You see it's already starting to fall right on down. If it slips, that's okay. I'm not gonna let my tax money go straight to this. So this is a nice lesson that my uncle once taught me, my dad, and I'm passing it on to you.
Boots are fucking stupid. You shouldn't be parked here. You're disrupting traffic. So we're gonna force you to stay to be parked here. Boots are just fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation though, Alawali Smells. That felt weird when that sound played. CDG, donate tellers you promised to watch.
My loyal subjects have spoken, and I guess it's only fair to give the people what they want. So if you're not here for that, you can go ahead and scroll. Okay. I'm 28% sure my neighbor.
Okay, thanks for the donation, CDG.
This is my foolproof method for producing the shreddiest of seitan chicken shreds. These shreds have worked for me commercially and personally after spending a long time honing and perfecting the method. And I say method because the shreddy result is, I'd say, 75% to do with the method. You could try many variations of the recipe and produce similar results. For this method of making seitan, you will need the following equipment. A food processor, some sort of steamer, 2 bowls, 1 colander, some foil and some parchment paper. And I'm using a second-hand generic branded processor bought on eBay for about £40. The important attributes a processor will likely need for this method is at least 2 variable speeds, a metal blade attachment, and ideally a 1000 watts or more engine. You could probably get away with a 750 watts, but you may have to process the dough portions for longer. Whichever processor you use, make sure to treat it with respect and don't overwork it. I don't want to be held responsible for any broken equipment. So first we are going to make the wet mix, which consists of 480 ml or 2 cups of water, 2 tablespoons of white miso paste, 1 teaspoon of salt, 2 teaspoons of garlic powder, 1 tablespoon of onion powder, half a teaspoon of white pepper, 20 grams of nutritional yeast, 1 tablespoon of apple cider vinegar, and 1 tablespoon of vegetable oil. Process this well and then add 70 grams of pea protein isolate, or roughly half a cup. Pulse this to combine and then process until mixed really well. Add 230 grams, or roughly 1.5 cups, of vital wheat gluten. Pulse this gently until the wet and dry mix are fully combined and a singular dough is forming. Don't overwork your food processor during this step. Your dough should look roughly like this, slightly wet and spongy. Don't worry, we're about to change that. Give the dough a quick manual knead to ensure it is well mixed and formed. And then store in a cling film covered bowl to prevent the dough from drying out. Divide the dough into 4 equal portions, roughly 220 to 225 grams each, as we are now going to use the food processor to knead the hell out of them. I am processing each quarter piece for at least 2 minutes, once for 1 minute then let the processor breathe, then another minute. The texture after the first minute should be a very sticky blob. Process it for another minute. It might start to wrap around the blade piece. As long as some of the dough is still being pummeled by the blades, then you should be fine. If it fully wraps around the blade, you may need to stop the machine to detangle and continue processing. Watch out for your fingers on the blade. The end result should be a slightly taffy-like texture that sticks to your hand but is easy to pull off. Store the processed dough quarters in a colander inside a bowl with a cling film cover to stop it drying out. I use a colander with this dough as if it sits in its own dampness, it can start to get a bit spongy in that area and alter the texture. We now need to repeat this same process for the final 3 pieces. After the first minute, the dough is at the very sticky stage, as you can see. This time I needed to stop during the second minute to detangle the blade, and after the second minute, the dough needed a further 30 seconds as it wasn't quite at the taffy stage yet. You can tell when it's at the correct consistency because you can see the fibres running through the whole dough when stretched. Add the quarter to the rest of the processed dough and recover. If your processor starts to get warm at any point, give it at least a few minutes to rest. Help unravel the cook log later on. Or the cook log later oil instead. Keep the dough taut as you continue to tie more knots. The remaining dough will start to become thinner. Be a bit more gentle in tying the final few knots, but still make sure the knots aren't loose. Then use your hands palm up to the dough so it expands. Wider than the dough, fold them in. The aim is to pierce the foil. Cooking 1 hour and 45 minutes. If the cooked logs from their own internal pressure by the time it is finished cooking. Next as well. Around the log, pulling apart each crease to fully unravel the puzzle. It can be easy to snip away a piece or two to get you started.
Pixar new movie Elio is supposedly a box office disaster. Oh Pixar, when are you going to recover?
I don't know if I even heard of that movie. It doesn't sound familiar to me. So maybe that's why it's not doing great at the box office. I never even heard of it. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Oh. Man. Yeah. Dieting is really hard. God damn. There's a reason why most people don't have visible abs.
When finished, you should end up with one long piece. If you want, you can cut it into a few pieces before starting to peel off the tough outer skin. This step is optional, but I personally prefer it. To do this, find which way the grain is running and gently pull the skin in this direction. It should pull away.
It's a Boy Meets Aliens movie.
Elio, skipping school! I don't know if this is boundary testing or sleep regression right now, but this will be good for you.
What is the meaning of life?
Who would win in a fight?
God, this looks terrible.
One gorilla with a baseball bat or 10 chimps?
The gorilla.
Stand your ground. It was always meant to help me find.
Yeah, that looks horrendous. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Away fairly cleanly. So it's as easy as well, and the pea protein helps in giving it a firmer bite when cooked. Video, then please.
Yeah, that looks good. T donated $2.
Hey guys, so a few months back I shared with you the story of adventurous geologists who had trekked far into the cold wilderness of Russia in an effort to catalog the largest megalithic site on Earth. So remote, they're steeped in legends of snow yetis and mysterious monsters devouring all who dare to venture into these remote areas. When I shared the amazing images of these stone structures, many argued that they were natural formations. Maybe because they struggled to conceive such enormous ancient ruins in such remote places. Discoveries that seem to be many hundreds of thousands of years old. Maybe even as old as the giant Sphinx. More and more is being learnt about them. With ever more daring explorations of the ruins being undertaken, a team discovered a vault in one of the stone megaliths, an access vault that led them into an artificially made stone cavern system. These underground structures are truly massive, and are undoubtedly constructed by an intelligent builder. Hidden for many millennia, these caverns are not only massive, but constructed using blocks placed upon one another that are over 50 feet in length in some instances, making these stones many thousands of tons in weight, seemingly placed effortlessly into the shape of underground walls.
This is sounding like bullshit.
This discovery has not really shed light upon how the ancients built such structures, but rather pushed their apparent capabilities farther from our understanding. Not only are these structures purpose of vast mystery, but they also contain placed stones bigger than any we've ever discovered, even eclipsing the unfinished stone found at the ancient Chinese quarry known as Yangshan. A stone can be found here half cut away from the bedrock, in excess of 16,000 tons, thought by scholars throughout time to have been left at the quarry due to them not being able to move it. Yet, here we have stones placed into a cave system designed which even outweigh Yangshan. This not only proves they could move them, but lift them and work them. Just how many, quote, natural formations are really just extremely weathered, once extremely large stone-built structures? Maybe there are many stone granite hills, and even maybe mountains that dot our Earth, which were before millennia of rain, grand structures of a forgotten people. The underground cities of Cappadocia, Turkey, number more than 200 and are spread across the entire region. It is highly possible that there is many more lying below the surface, just waiting to be found. Of all the underground cities discovered so far, the most awe-inspiring is perhaps the Derinkuyu city. It was discovered by accident in 1963. When a local family was renovating a house, a wall gave way to reveal a passage that led to this underground network. According to National Geographic, it is 11 levels deep, descending more than 280 feet to the bedrock, covering an area of over 4 miles squared. It includes temples, tombs, shops, living quarters, and even livestock pens. Over 15,000 air shafts were built into its design and would have been enough room to comfortably house approximately 20,000 people. The underground city has extending passages that connected to other neighboring and underground water well systems, providing fresh water. What is especially interesting regarding this underground world is the evidence to suggest that they were hiding from something terrifying. A sophisticated security system consisting of a particular build design, accompanied by numerous gigantic rolling stone blocking doors that would seal the city from the inside. Moreover, its multi-layered design meant that each
These photos look like they're either AI generated or just random shitty found on Google Images. Bro, it's not even the fucking gummies. I'm just... Fuck. Diet is just kicking my ass. Yeah, I already reacted to Sam Hyde on Bradley Martin's podcast. It's not that interesting. What sounds do rabbits make? Well, usually they're quiet, but they can make chirping sounds, squeaking sounds. They can sort of yell, it's just a big squeak, and but usually when they make noise, it's just them chewing on something or throwing something. You know what's weird? I was driving down the street, like in my town, and I see a rabbit just standing in front of somebody's house on the front lawn. And it looked like a domestic rabbit. And I'm like, did a domestic rabbit like escape or somebody let it loose? And I've been seeing it over and over again around the same time. It's really cute and round, and it's like white and brown. But yeah, there's just a domestic rabbit chilling on some dude's front lawn, and it's always at the same time. I don't know what's going on.
Each level could be sealed off from the next level using this same system. Just what were these people hiding from? Whatever it was, they obviously preferred to run rather than confront it. The structure was excruciatingly carved into the underground rock and is as strong today as the day it was built, safely accommodating guests such as archaeologists and tourists. Whoever built the network obviously had an advanced knowledge of stoneworking, architecture, engineering, and the local geography. Aging the structure has proven very difficult. There are no existing quarries, waste piles, or tools to examine. Furthermore, there are no records documenting its construction, or people who may have lived there. Also, unfortunately, many cultures have used the underground towns over the centuries. According to UNESCO, it is believed that the first signs of monastic activity in Cappadocia date back to the 4th century, at which time acting on the instructions of Basil the Great in order to
My chicken digs holes and loafs in them. That's awesome.
resist attacks from the Arabs, the people should band together into small
Yes, Reditrutide will certainly help your fatness.
local communities and begin inhabiting cells dug into the rock. Therefore, modern academia tends to conclude that they were likely built by the Phrygian people around 800 BC. Yet it is also a strong possibility that they are far older than this. By the bishop's instruction, they are to inhabit, not build. Therefore, it's safe to assume he was aware of
No, GLP-1 agonists will not cure autism.
their existence, rather than the person who thought them up. Some believe the underground caves were constructed by the very ancient Persian king Yima. Yima, attributed as mythological by many, is said to have had a lifespan of more than 900 years, a common feature of biblical figures as well. The Zoroastrian text Vendidad states that Yima built an underground city on the orders of the god Ahura Mazda to protect his people from a catastrophic winter. Much like the account of Noah in the Bible, Yima was instructed to collect pairs of the best animals and people as well as the best seeds in order to reseed the earth after the winter cataclysm. This was before the last ice age, 110,000 years ago.
There have recently been some astonishing academically contradictory discoveries unearthed throughout Europe. Archaeologists have been discovering a network of underground tunnels, apparently somehow cut throughout the Stone Age, which cover the territory.
Why did somebody send me this fake-ass bullshit video? Wow. That's a nice skunk. Uh-oh. Oh my goodness. Red panda. Red pandas are based. Capoeira is some good shit, man. I should probably learn it at some point.
No, you're not getting dinner. You're bad. No, you're not getting dinner. What? Brisket. Do you want to go to Dunkin' Donuts? I can't stand you. Do you want to go to Dunkin' Donuts?
Wow, these are good little chonkers. Wow. I think this guy's video is probably going to be stupid.
If you add upper body stuff like shoulder press and big bench, I genuinely believe you will surpass very quickly what you think. I'll take a little minute on this, guys, because I get this all the time. And
Guys, as we know, Devin is sort of known to be one of the most specialized athletes in arm wrestling that there's ever existed. And specialized mean only training the parts that matter for arm wrestling. And Devin sort of started doing those lifts that, at first, many people were looking at it as a joke. Like, how can lift something 1 inch off the ground make you stronger? Like, it seemed a bit ridiculous at first. But then we had the Devin versus Hermes match that Devin just completely ran through Hermes. And due to that, everybody saw that Devin's hand training was no joke. And everybody started doing, even Hermes himself. But certainly general strength training is always welcome. And it is a big question mark in the arm wrestling world why Devin does not do any general lifting. And on his recent live he explained why. He starts off by saying that he is 50, then he said that he had a 32-year-old career, and also that he has been deployed in the army. And due to all of that, he has a bunch of arthritis that would seriously be damaged even more if he would be doing general strength training. Like he says, if it was up to him, he would do it, but that would have a toll on his arm wrestling, and he just don't want to risk. Although we do know that the medical technology is very high up these days, and that there are treatments for pretty much everything, including arthritis. And a little while after Devin explained why he couldn't lift, someone came with a solution, a pretty unbelievable one. Take a look.
And it's true, you can always benefit from more general conditioning. I don't want to be like, oh, poor Devin. I don't want anything like that. But you have to understand the amount of arthritis and damage that my body carries, okay? So it limits the amount of general conditioning I can do without a big toll on my arm wrestling. So Wake Up, $50. Thank you, Wake Up. Devin, I have an idea. I got money. I'm not bragging about it, but I'm a millionaire. That's awesome. I know you don't need money, but I'll offer you $1 million if you get into a heavy lifting regime like the Georges do for a year. You got nothing. Wake Up. Come on, man. Listen, if that's for real, you can call my agent. Because, listen, for $1 million, I might even try. But, like, we could sit down and talk. Don't know. I really don't know if it's the answer. I really don't know if it is. I mean, me doing bench and shoulder press, you think that's going to help me? You think that this is going to help me? Maybe it is. Maybe that's the key. Maybe I do. Maybe I just have to stop thinking what I think and just go. I mean, everybody I talk to tells me to do it. Everybody. And I'm like the only one who's saying otherwise. Wake Up. I appreciate your super chat. I do. I always appreciate people who try to help me.
I'd take the $1 million. That seems like it'd be worth it.
Folks, it seemed like you guys really liked my video where I went through Guile Charge to do counter. Dude, this move is so hype. Ooh, she steps forward so far. And then forward medium punch into EX bird into follow-up. Or EX. Yeah, you got.
I really like Chun-Li's butt. Would you accept $1 million to get fat? Sure, why not?
To cancel that really fast to make that work. All right. Please. Oh, barely. Okay, that barely reached. That one was pretty easy. Oh, nice. Oh, her counts as airborne during that when she like does the little hop.
Thank you for the big donation, Nick. Really appreciate that. Dude, vegan fried chicken.
This is vegan.
I need vegan fried chicken, man. Just fucking need it.
Fried chicken made with seitan. Yes, that's right. We're taking some vital wheat gluten, chickpeas, nooch, and other spices and mixing that up until it looks something like that. Then we're going to roll it out into some fillets, steam it, and marinate overnight, and then dredge them up and fry those suckers until golden and beautiful. Serve it on a bun with some pickles and whatever sauce you like, and enjoy. This is vegan fried chicken made with seitan.
I want that. I want to eat it. Fuck. Let's watch vegan fried chicken recipes.
Hey everybody, it's the Burger Dude, and today I want to show you how I make fried oyster mushrooms. Super easy, super delicious.
Dude, that Chinese restaurant in Ottawa has fried oyster mushrooms. Oh. I wish I could only eat vegan fried oyster mushrooms. They're so fucking good, dude.
And as you can see here, you can enjoy it in a veritable cornucopia of ways. And here's the star of the show, the oyster mushrooms, and you can find these at most Asian markets. I find mine at Whole Foods. And as you can see there, they've got a bunch of nice craggly bits, which is going to create a very good texture once we fry them. So let's get our dredging station going. We're going to start off with some unsweetened plant milk, followed by the apple cider vinegar, as always. And next up, we've got some brine from some dill pickles. Use whatever pickles you like, but I do suggest using some dill. And then we're going to throw in some hot sauce. And I really like this Louisiana hot sauce. It's becoming my favorite right now. And this is creating a vegan buttermilk, so whisk it and then let it sit to thicken while we get our dry dredging station together. So we're going to start with some flour, and then we're going to add equal parts cornstarch. And then next is some baking powder. And I'm going to be using some Cajun seasoning. You can use this Cajun's choice if you like. I also have this that I find at my local Vons. But if you don't have that, you can also use some Mrs. Dash chicken seasoning or really any all-purpose seasoning that you like. No matter what, if you like it, it'll taste good. And then go ahead and give that a whisk, and our dredging station is basically ready. Now usually at the Burger Dude, when we deep fry, we use a Dutch oven like this along with a deep fry thermometer, and that's all fine and dandy and good. But today we're going to do something a little bit different. I'm going to be using this Fry Daddy, which is
Would I play Tekken 8 if Roger Jr. came back? I'd consider it.
a electric fryer, and I love this thing. This post isn't sponsored by them. I will have a link in the description if you want to get your own. They're relatively inexpensive. I got mine for about 40 bucks. And one of the great things about the Fry Daddy is it keeps the oil at 375 degrees at all times, and so it makes it very, very easy to fry because you don't have to constantly be checking your temperature, making sure it's at the right heat. And the only downside is that it's a bit smaller than the Dutch oven that I usually use, but at the same time, I don't have to, take as many breaks when I'm frying. So it kind of works itself out. So while our oil is heating up, let's dredge some of our oyster mushrooms, aka our vegan fried chicken. And these things do have a lot of nooks and crannies, so go ahead and make sure that you get everything nice and coated. At the same time, you want to make sure that you shake off any excess. And you also want to use alternating hands for each, the wet and the dry. Now, I don't know why I'm using my left hand for the right bowl and vice versa, but hey, at least I'm using two hands, right? And just make sure, again, shake off all the excess, and you're going to go ahead and double dredge, which just means to do exactly what I'm doing, just do it twice in flour. So at the same time, since they're smaller, it's time to plop those dudes in there. So add them to the oil, and these took about, I don't know, 3 or 4 minutes. So it probably didn't really matter. I think that's probably a chicken nuggets or maybe small chicken.
T donated $2.
Their own civilians, which really took a lot of resources from building their own military. They were so busy on building a force internally towards their own civilians. But essentially what they focus on is drones and ballistic missiles, right? Painful, sure. Strategically matched.
It smells like someone else farted, but I'm the only one here, so I know I farted. And I can't remember myself farting, but it sounds like something I would do. But it doesn't smell like my own fart. It smells like just someone else's. It's not particularly bad or unpleasant as far as farts go, but it's like somebody else's. Thanks for the donation, T.
Hello, everybody. Welcome.
Oh, yeah.
Fingers, I don't know. Whatever you call them, go ahead and make sure you shake off any of the oil, let it drip, and then we're going to place it on a wire rack like this, and you can totally, keep these. So what we're going to do is get some parchment paper, and we're going to poke some holes in it with a chop. Air frying, you only need to do a single dredge. Deep frying, you only need to just lay it down. It's deep fry. And basically what I make sure if you see any, asking yourself, wow, that looks pretty great. Is that as good as it is when it's deep fried? No, of course not. But it's still really, really good, And so if you don't want to cook with, and I tried not to use my more of that. This really is one of the best thing I made. I gotta say.
Fuck.
Welcome back to my channel. Today I'm going to show you how to make vegan fried chicken seitan. This is one of my favorite recipes. It's so easy to make and takes about 35 minutes to prep and cook. I listed all the ingredients you'll need in the description box below. Before we get started, a major ingredient that I use for this recipe is Mrs. Dash chicken seasoning. I realize most people won't have this in their spice racks, but I picked it up at Walmart for about $2 or $3, and if you absolutely can't find it anywhere, you could substitute it for another seasoning that has a chicken-like taste, although I can't guarantee your chicken will taste as good as this recipe. First, we need to make the broth for the seitan. You'll need 5 cups of vegetable broth. If you don't have that, you can also use 5 cups of water, 1 teaspoon of Mrs. Dash chicken seasoning, a half a teaspoon of black pepper, 2 tablespoons of soy sauce, and 2 tablespoons of Worcestershire sauce. Or if you don't have that, you can also use 2 tablespoons of barbecue sauce instead. Mix all of your ingredients together and then put it on your stove and bring it to a low simmer. Next, we're going to make the seitan. First, you'll need 3 tablespoons of nutritional yeast, 1 teaspoon of Mrs. Dash chicken seasoning, a half a teaspoon of sea salt, a half teaspoon of black pepper, a half a teaspoon of Cajun seasoning, or if you don't have that, you can also use a half a teaspoon of Creole seasoning, 1 tablespoon of Worcestershire sauce, or 1 tablespoon of barbecue sauce if you don't have that, 2 tablespoons of soy sauce, 2 tablespoons of almond milk, and 3/4 cup of cold water. Mix all of your ingredients together, then add 1.5 cups of vital wheat gluten to your mixture. You'll want to mix this together really well until it forms your seitan dough. Now, this next part is very important.
Pixar just has not been the same since John Lasseter left.
Yeah, they really suck dick now. They should all be forced to commit ritualistic self-disembowelment. They're just so bad. They should be burned at the stake. Let the fires cleanse their dirty minds. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You will need the seitan, but only need it for about 30 seconds and then stop. If you need it for too long, you'll ruin its texture. Look, I know we all need to be needed. Even the seitan needs to be needed.
I'm not bulking after the cut.
We all seek a fundamental compulsion that flows inherently through our veins and connects with synapses out of broth. Cook the seitan for about 15 minutes and flip it halfway through. Next, we're going to make our wet and dry dredging mixtures. Mrs. Dash chicken seasoning side. For our dry dredging mixture, you'll need 1 1/4 cup of chicken seasoning, paprika, and 3 teaspoons of baking seitan. You can cut them into nuggets or patties or whatever you prefer. Usually I just cut them into strips. After your seitan is cut, we're going to dip them into our dredging mixtures. Layer pieces of seitan in the oil. When the bottom of the seitan turns golden brown, flip them and brown the other side. And there you go. Beans and dip.
I want to eat this. She uses just tofu skin. Weird. That looks good still.
It's like Korean fried chicken, but it actually isn't chicken at all. Get a close-up look at it. I mean, that looks like chicken to me, and I can tell you, it tastes like Korean fried chicken. Product to use when I'm doing something like vegan fried chicken, smaller chunks, believe me, but not exactly sake. I'm gonna start by marinating our mushrooms with that soju, along with some onion powder, some garlic powder, some white pepper, as well as, of course, that MSG. If you guys don't have MSG or you don't want to use MSG, you can use nutritional yeast as a substitute. I honestly think these flavors, especially the soju, is what makes this vegan fried chicken Korean vegan fried chicken, along with this soy sauce, of course, which is one of my favorite flavor agents. And we're just gonna use our hands and mush everything together. We're gonna stick this in the refrigerator. Don't judge my refrigerator. We're gonna do that for at least 30 minutes. I would do it for maybe even a couple to use some Korean temp sugar. And this is just gonna make sure that in to one big bowl, adding lower than 375 of any liquid and making that noise. I hope you don't have this. Third of the vegan fried chicken, put it into a very deep over my very old person jokes, but sorry. Even plain. I think that they taste best just plain like that, but I also wanted to add some variety. And I mean, look at that. Look at that. That is things that taste like meat, and it's like, hello.
Why would I go through all this trouble losing weight to immediately balloon and gain the weight again? Like, that's just fucking retarded. No shit, I'm gonna eat at maintenance.
Oh, you're drinking Diet Pepsi. Why?
Like, if I'm just gonna bulk again, like, I might as well just quit dieting now. Why would I bother?
You want to drink something that tastes like Pepsi. I've honestly stopped thinking of food in terms of, well, does it taste like meat?
No, sauerkraut is fucking disgusting.
Does it taste like cheese? And think more about, well, just does it taste good? And when I say something looks phrase for it.
Favorite.
Oh, man, I need an Asian woman to make Korean vegan barbecue fried chicken. Are there any vegan Asian women chefs in chat that would like to suck my dick and make me this food? I'm suffering. I really, really want to eat, but I can't.
These dinners came straight from calloused hands, muddy boots. It found its way into factory-in chicken pieces. Times dishes were powerhouse.
Gross.
Hey everyone, what's up? So today I am going to show you how to make kampung tubu, or spicy and crunchy garlic tofu. This is my vegan take on kampungi, which is typically made out of chicken, but I made it out of tofu, and I swear to God, guys, it tastes just as insanely delicious as the original. You are going to love this recipe. So we're going to start out with one 16-ounce block of extra firm tofu, and I have pressed it here, guys, and that's because I want to get rid of the excess liquid. I want this to be super crunchy. Pots and out so different recipe called as well. So we're just going to make way more garlic, the right amount. So I'm going to set this minced garlic aside in a prep bowl. I'm going to wipe my countertop, and then I am going to dice up 1/4 of a red onion. You can use a yellow one. You can sub in green onions, wine vinegar, large, and as for beautiful, also add some dry. Now we're going to add the sauce that we made earlier, and now we're going to dump in the fried tofu with that amount too long, because half tablespoon of white bold.
I want to eat a watermelon.
On today's menu, an easy and delicious recipe you'll batter up for. An extraordinarily crispy General Tso's tofu. Tofu with a paper towel. You'll find that different brands have their own almost subjective definition of what extra firm is. So this one, break the extra firm tofu into bite-sized pieces. Set the dissolve the flour. Like no tomorrow. Transfer the tofu back to the dry station. Again in the dry station. This recipe is good for 2 to 3 portions, but of course you can multiply. Place in to have a good grip on the tofu when that is already so heavenly. If you love easy somewhere, make a slurry by if the sauce textures, because
I want to eat more tofu. Well, I should be trying to get to bed. I'm thinking about food too much. Anyway, I don't have to train tomorrow, so I'll probably do an early stream tomorrow. And we'll probably play Battletoads, finally. But I have a free day tomorrow. So we'll, probably have an early stream. But big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I changed my opinion on bulking.
So bored that I just felt like donating a shit ton of money, lol.
Well, that is greatly appreciated. And that will help me pay rent. Thank you for the big donation, Nick. I really appreciate that. So, yeah, I'm gonna try to just get some sleep and relax. I might need a refeed day tomorrow. I couldn't train legs today because I had way too much overlapping soreness, so I just did calves and abs and some cardio, but I had like no fucking energy. That was really rough, so I might get a watermelon or something tomorrow. But we'll see. My birthday's on the 26th, which is in 3 days. So I'd rather just stay in a big deficit until then, because I'm planning on like just having a break on my birthday and going out to eat. But thanks again, everyone. Really appreciate the donations. Should be on a bit earlier tomorrow, so like maybe 2, 4 in the afternoon. So I'll see you all then. And sweet dreams. May you all live long, prosper, and crush your enemies. But nighty-night.